Mike. Welcome, everyone, to the June 16th, 2026 City Commission meeting. We have two executive sessions, both for 30 minutes. And the first one, I'd look for a motion.
I move that we recess into an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss the matters relating to security measures at City Hall pursuant to KSA 754519 subsection B12. The justification is to keep confidential security measures at City Hall, where the disclosure of such matters would jeopardize those security measures that are in place, which are designed to protect persons and public bodies using City Hall. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:31 p.m. after the executive session has concluded.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 3-0. We'll be in recess for 30 minutes. Make sure you get the right chair.
Right. Oh my God.
Okay,
Tell me when you're ready, Mayor.
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm ready.
We are coming back from our first executive session. We have nothing to report. We have one more to go, so you can talk amongst yourself again in a minute. But look for motion.
Motion to approve a motion to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city attorneys regarding interpretation of federal laws affecting city operations pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 6:01 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 3-0. We'll be back at 6:02, and we'll start our regular agenda at that point. Get my camera on. Okay, we are back from our executive session. We have nothing to report, and we're going to start on our regular agenda, the first of which is to have Sherry tell us the rules of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and the city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And first order of business to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Passes 3-0. Oh, that was on. 0. Okay, passes 4-0. Excellent, Mike. Good to see you. Okay, we have two great proclamation recognitions tonight. And the first one is to proclaim June 19th as Lawrence Juneteenth celebration and proclaim that. And I think Ms. Coulter is here to say a few words. Or anyone else. Come on up. Of course. Go ahead. Would you like to say anything? No, I can read it. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything before.
Okay.
I'm happy to read the proclamation first, but...
Does anyone want to speak? No, we're just excited about this year's Juneteenth celebration. It's a 2-day celebration. We're having an Emancipation Proclamation Day on Friday, where we're giving back to the community. Everything's free that day. So come down, grab a meal, have a lot of live entertainment and a lot of games and stuff that we're going to play. And then on Saturday, we have the Underground Railroad Tour, which there's some seats still available. Watkins Museum does an amazing job at hosting that tour. And then we start with our parade that's lining up at 7th and Rhode Island, and we're going down the historical Massachusetts Street down to South Park, where we get to celebrate the vendors, the kids' corners, the tablers, everything's just going to be a beautiful day. So thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's going to be a great celebration. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration of the ending of slavery, dating back to June 19, 1865, the day on which Union soldiers landed in Galveston, Texas, with news that the war had ended and that all slaves were now free, even though President Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation 2.5 years earlier. And whereas Juneteenth has become a tradition of celebrations that began following the reading of the proclamation by General Gordon Granger in 1865, that lasted over 150 years, and today is hosted in cities across America, featuring rich traditions, including celebrations in the form of festivals, parades, and oral histories. Also known as Freedom Day, it has also continued to be a highly revered event across the country as a time for honoring one another and the memory of all those who endured slavery, and especially those who moved from slavery to freedom. And whereas Juneteenth allows people of all races, nationalities, and religions in cities across the country to join hands to acknowledge a period in our history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. And whereas Juneteenth today celebrates African American freedom while also encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas Lawrence and Douglas County will commemorate Juneteenth with a number of events on June 19th, 2026, as well as June 20th, 2026. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim June 19th as Lawrence Juneteenth celebration and call upon all residents, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to commit to increasing awareness and understanding of our shared history and how it shapes our lives today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, have a great celebration.
See you Friday.
Okay, our next recognition is a recognition for our guests from Algeria. And I don't know who, looks like Ruth and Sajuda might come say a few words. Okay. Oh, and Stan Hurd's here too. Oh, look at that. We'll put my, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sajida Indalsi. I'm actually a KU student here as well. And I want to, oh my God. I want to thank everyone who has been a part of this. I really appreciate it coming from the Algerian descent and from the Algerian community that has come here. They really believe that Lawrence is their second home. Everyone has been saying it from back home, from the people who have come here, and I really appreciate how loving and welcoming everyone has been. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's been such an exciting time, and I'll share a little bit more during the commission items, but you know, the attention we're getting for the Algerian excitement and the attention Stan's project had. I know Ruth and Stan were interviewed by the BBC, and then I was on their live broadcast today, their news broadcast earlier today.
I actually heard you.
You did? Okay. I'm supposed to be on CNN tomorrow night, the John Tapper show tomorrow night. So it's getting a lot of attention across the country, and it's really just because our citizens are willing to welcome people, and the Algerians are reciprocating that warmth and welcome, and it's just been an exciting time. And so, again, I'll probably say a little bit more about that in commission items, but thank you for being here. Thank you for representing, and I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. Whereas the people of Lawrence have demonstrated that a welcoming community is built through everyday acts of kindness, curiosity, hospitality, and respect, and whereas residents of all ages have embraced an extraordinary opportunity to welcome visitors from around the world, creating connections that transcend language, geography, and culture. And whereas supporters of the Algerian national team, known as Les Votes, have brought passion, pride, joy, and unmistakable energy to our community, sharing their traditions, stories, songs, and love of the beautiful game. And whereas what began as a welcome has grown into something more, a genuine friendship that has grown between a community and a fan base, united by a shared belief that sports have the power to bring people together. And whereas the people of Lawrence have shown the very best of who we are by leading with warmth, while the supporters of Algeria have shown us the very best of what it means to cheer with heart, pride, and unwavering loyalty. And whereas many in Lawrence now count themselves among the admirers of Algeria's team and its supporters have discovered the spirit of Les Votes extends beyond the pitch. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, offer our deepest gratitude to the supporters of Algeria and celebrate the residents, businesses, organizations, volunteers, and community partners who have opened their hearts and helped create an unforgettable welcome. May this friendship endure long after the final whistle. As Algeria takes the pitch tonight, Lawrence proudly stands alongside the Green Army in spirit, cheering for our friends and celebrating the connections that have brought us together. To the supporters who have shared their culture with us, thank you. Today, Lawrence celebrates friendship, community, and the beautiful game. Now, if you'll help me here, make sure I don't mess this up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Viva Algeria. Or as some people like to say, Rock Chalk Algeria. There we go.
Rock chocolate bear.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Brad,
Exciting time. Yeah, go ahead, Stan.
Andres in Kansas City just called me with Global Soccer, who are covering every team in the United States, and has invited everybody tomorrow to come back to the field at 2 o'clock. So if anybody wants to come, it's looking like, regardless of how the game goes, they're global network is coming to cover us on the field.
Oh, 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Everybody show up.
Okay.
Rock chalk.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any member of the commission like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Nope.
No, Mayor.
Okay, and there is no quasi-judicial, so I'd look for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Vice Mayor Courtney to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Devo, I think, was an aye?
Yeah.
Okay. Passes 4-0. That brings us to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of getting us through our meeting quickly so we can all go and cheer on Team Algeria, I'm just going to point out that there are several items on the city manager's report tonight, and pause if you have questions about any of those.
No questions? Okay, that brings us to city commission reports. I think we had, just going to mention a few things. Obviously, just want to recognize our neighbors in North Lawrence who had the tornado go through, and I know there's a lot of recovery over there, and I know the city's going to work to support them on that, but just want to keep them in our thoughts as they have a lot of cleanup to do. We had a great dedication to the water treatment plant, and I think we're going to have maybe a future presentation on that, so I won't go into all the details again in respect for the time. But the facility that we spent 7 years, I think I found out, 7 years working on the upgrade to the facility required by the new federal laws. And we'll get those statistics at a future point, but just wanted to recognize that great tour and our partners in that. Just also wanted to note that we did have the mayor of the unified government and 2 of the commissioners come today, along with some of their staff, to tour some of our Lawrence Community Shelter, the village, some of our supportive housing projects, as they look to stand up a community shelter. And so had some good conversations with them, and we'll continue to work with them. Commissioner Reed from the County Commission was also there along with staff. So it was a good event and good time to work on that. Finally, just say a little bit more about Algeria. It's been pretty crazy to think that it was only like last Thursday that we had they came last Sunday, and then we had the practice last Thursday. There has been a lot going on. There's been a lot of attention brought by the great things that our citizens have been doing. And I've been getting just random emails from I've gotten emails from the 2 different former ambassadors from the United States to Algeria, someone from Ohio, a couple people from Algeria, a couple people from France, all just thanking the city, thanking us for welcoming the Algerians. I've been invited to several press conferences, went to KC 2026 to a press conference yesterday. As I mentioned, the BBC today, CNN tomorrow, and countless other, obviously, that people have seen on social media. So if you haven't paid attention to it, just Google Algeria and Lawrence, and there's a lot of great stories going on. So it's been pretty exciting. We've also now had 2 different cities in Algeria reach out to our Sister Cities program, asking to be sister cities with us. And so there might be some competition between cities in Algeria, one in northern Algeria, one in southern Algeria. So anyway, just a lot of great events going on. And it's hard to believe all of that, and the first game hasn't even been played. And the other thing, as I'm about to run out of time, she's about to yell at me. The other thing I thought about is by the time we meet again, all the games will pretty much be over unless they make it to the Final 8. And so this is our last chance to thank them.
When they make it to the Final 8.
When they make it to the Final 8. Sherry, you have to yell at me. Say time.
I'm
You have to enjoy that, Sherry. You have to
Very uncomfortable.
embrace that. Embrace that. Okay, Vice Mayor, anything?
Yeah, no, and I was at Stan's unveiling of the Algerian flag. It was just a fantastic event. There was just so much, Laurentians were there. There was a lot of diversity. I want to personally give a shout out to Tommy Sherwood. Thank you for that viral video that just kind of caught fire. That was absolutely fantastic. I mean, him alone, we're going to have Mediterranean Jayhawks for a long, long time because of what he was able to do. And I did want to read a couple quotes that I just really liked from people in Algeria. One said, "I'm publicly announcing that from this day on, Lawrence, Kansas is my American city. I'm supporting all their sports franchises, and any Laurentian is now my friend." And there was a person I follow on Substack, used to be in Congress. He wrote this thing, it just was really touching. I just wanted to read it. He said, there's a story we get told constantly about who we have become, that Americans have soured on outsiders, that we've decided the rest of the world is a threat, that we look at people who do not talk like us or pray like us or come from where we come from and see a problem instead of a person. And then a college town in Kansas goes and learns every note of a North African country's national anthem, just so a group of strangers feel at home for a few weeks. An old local stands in front of a row of flags and tells them in so many words, "We don't know much about you yet, but we are awfully glad you came." That is who we are, actually, when nobody is telling us to be afraid. The band on the field, playing somebody else's song as if it were its own. The neighbor who knows next to nothing about you and waves at you anyways. We forget it sometimes. The good news is that it takes about one afternoon to remember. So that was something that I found super touching, and I am just super proud to be an Laurentian after this last week. And so, Rock Chalk, Algeria.
There we go. Commissioner?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Was with the mayor last Thursday. I felt like it was last Thursday.
Yeah.
We go with the wastewater treatment ribbon cutting, so that was wonderful to be able to hike around the facility. And I remembered when, I want to say, when I first got elected is when a lot of the main infrastructure going into the projects were going. So to kind of have that full circle moment of when I started on the commission and seeing where it's come a long way, it's been very wonderful to do that. And then attending the public practice for Team Algeria, Les Verts. That was wonderful. I loved the way our community came together. It was all the kids running around, and it was one group of kids that were trying to get some of the players' attention, and so they were like, let's do it all together. 1, 2, 3. And they were like, we need an autograph. And it was so cute because one of the kids, when they said it, and then there was the one kid, which would probably be me and my group, that was like, wait, do they speak English? And somebody was like, well, how do you say it? And they're like, well, what do they speak? And I was like, I think they speak French. So like, how do you say it in French? They were all on their phones trying to figure out how to ask for an autograph in French. The cutest thing in the world, and I just died laughing. So just a wonderful vibe, and so I was glad that the community was able to come out and wrap our arms around our extended family, and so that was really great. And I think to kind of echo on the mayor's, on the vice mayor's words that he spoke, my grandmother always used to tell me it doesn't cost anything to be a good human, so let us remember that. Other things that popped up, was able to go to the Juneteenth market that was at the fairgrounds this last Sunday, and with the group there that was co-sponsored by Douglas County Corps. The group is planning to do another market in August to commemorate Black Business Month. And then had a follow-up conversation from the Nehemiah Assembly with Justice Matters, because I had advocated for their youth trauma project, and they had able to boil that down, that they want to focus on utilizing a successful model called nurse-family partnerships. So I was able to reach out and connect with that subgroup, the youth trauma subgroup of Justice Matters, to kind of keep that momentum going, as that is an area that is near and dear to me, as I used to do that work when I worked for the state a couple of years ago. So other than that, that's all. And I'll have my little, I did not get this for Algeria. I've had this, and one of the, someone out at the practice noticed it, and they were like, well, did you get that for the team? I was like, no, I've always loved foxes, so.
Okay.
So maybe this is the good luck charm
There you go.
for Algeria.
Excellent. Commissioner Devil, you have anything?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we reiterate the support and thanks to the people that did all this pre-work, all the years of planning, and how well it seems to be laying out for us. Sometimes you do a lot of work and you don't see a lot to show for it. In this case, based on all the comments by the previous commissioners, it's clear that soccer, and specifically Algerian soccer, has become important to our community. And worldwide, we've become known for that, and that's really something special, and I'm proud of that. And I think it's just emblematic of who we are. So thanks for the people that set this all up for us to succeed, and then thanks for all the people showing up and being the best fans possible to a team that they may know nothing about but support wholeheartedly. So thanks to them, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Dever. Okay, that brings us to the regular agenda. And the first item on the regular agenda is to consider authorizing the issuance of IRBs for all KU LLC. Susie?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Tonight's action is the final step in the previously approved incentive package for the Q39 project at 639 New Hampshire Street. In May of 2025, the City Commission approved a resolution of intent authorizing industrial revenue bonds for the purpose of sales tax exemption. The project represented approximately $7 million in private investments. The project involved the adaptive reuse of vacant portion of the former Lawrence Journal World building and was found to meet all applicable state requirements and city policy criteria that was related to the development, downtime revitalization, and the historic rehabilitation. The action before the Commission tonight is to formally issue the IRBs, industrial revenue bonds. While the Commission retains discretion regarding the issuance of these bonds, the resolution of intent approved last year in May authorized the applicant to proceed through the IRB process, including obtaining a sales tax exemption certificate for all eligible construction items. Consistent with the process contemplated by the resolution of intent, the applicant proceeded with construction utilizing the previously authorized sales tax exemption certificate, and the project has since been completed. The bonds themselves are a conduit finance and do not create financial obligation or liability for the city. The project is now complete, and approximately 8,300 square feet within the former Lawrence Journal World building is operational, returning a vacant and historically significant portion of the property to productive use. The project remains fully subject to local property taxes and the standard local sales taxes applicable to all businesses in Lawrence. And staff continues to find that the project does satisfy applicable state requirements and city policy criteria. Therefore, we recommend approval of the industrial revenue bond issuance tonight.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions for Susie?
Yeah, so Susie, so this one's already in process. It's not like this is 3.9 on top of the one that happened last year. This is a piece of something that's already been going on. This is the final step of it, basically?
Correct. So back in May of 2025, they came forward and asked the Commission for an intent, resolution of intent to issue up to, not to exceed $5 million in bonds. That gives them the certificate of sales tax exemption. They then take that and complete the project. At the end, they finalize what those bonds are based on that. Because it's conduit financing and paid for by the applicant and developer themselves, they try to keep that, it cannot exceed the $5 million, and they try to keep that at the actual project cost. So it is actually lower than the Commission originally approved.
Any other questions?
Mayor.
So applicant doesn't want to say anything? No?
Speak on their behalf.
I don't have too much to add. I mean, it's more of a formality tonight. It is a little bit less than what we had hoped to get the benefit out of, but if you'll recall, there was some delay. We were asked to go through the third-party review, but we still started construction on time. But I also want to take the moment just to celebrate successes of economic development. Very low cost to the city on this IRB and the coming CID, and the economic development policy is working.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing item. Any other member of the public like to speak on this item? You have 3 minutes.
Eric Hyde, 66046. It has come to my attention that this company operates out of Overland Park. Nothing against Overland Park. They're doing pretty well there. So I have a really big problem with industrial revenue bonds, IRBs, and they are a liability to the city because of this. because they extract wealth from Lawrence. So a lot of these banks can buy parts of these bonds back, and these banks will not be in Lawrence. So they'll be in Johnson County, which is okay, but it's not Lawrence. So, I mean, I just have a problem with it. And also the tax exemptions is not fair. There's a lot of people in here, Lawrencians, that, you know, what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of tax exemptions being given out to outsiders. That is, outsiders from Douglas County, outsiders from Lawrence. And the issue is a lot of their revenues go to them, and they don't stay in Lawrence. So that's why our budget's getting worse, because we keep doing this over and over and over. So if we pass it, take out the sales tax exemption, do something with the IRBs. I don't know everything about IRBs, but at least start with taking out the sales tax exemptions, because we need that tax money. It's not going to be much, but it'll be something for our budget. Our budget just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger into more and more deficit because we're doing stuff like this, and we need to stop it. We really do. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina?
Christina McKenna, 66046. As a member of the Coalition for Collaborative Governance, I'm concerned about pursuing developments for market rate housing with incentives during a time where we as a city are experiencing...
Christina?
Yes.
This is the Q39, the market rate housing is the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the same. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will be back.
Yeah. Be ready. Okay, any other comments on this one? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Well, I just need to confirm.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Cassie is not for this item. Okay, she just had her hand raised, so I want to make sure. She's next item. Okay.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
related to the next item.
Got
No
it.
public comment, Mayor.
thank you for reminding me of that. Bring it back to the commission for comments or motions. I mean, I guess I'd say normally we've had this on the consent agenda when it comes back the second time, but happy to talk about it. But obviously, we issued the intent, they've used it, certainly going to support it to finish the process.
Move that we adopt ordinance number 10219, authorizing the issuance of IRBs in the amount not to exceed $3.9 million for a commercial redevelopment project located at 639 New Hampshire Street for the benefit of RKMKU LLC for the limited purpose of providing a sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. That brings us to agenda item 2, which is a request from MRES Luso Holdings for IRBs related to a housing project at Wakarusa in Queens. Susie?
Am I up? Thank you. Good evening again. Tonight, I'll be presenting a request for industrial revenue bonds for a one-time sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials associated with a proposed multifamily development near Wakarusa and Queens Road. This evening, I'll touch on the proposed project, run over the requested IRB, review the city's policy and fiscal considerations that are associated with this request, and conclude with a recommendation and supporting rationale. To highlight the current project, it's currently proposed as a 131-unit townhome-style rental developments. It will consist of mixed studio 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. The total project cost associated with this project are estimated to be approximately $37 million. This slide shows the location of the proposed development. It is approximately a 10-acre site in West Lawrence. It sits on Wakarusa, Queens Road, and Eisenhower. It is currently a greenfield site. If constructed, this project would convert a greenfield site into multifamily residential use, and ultimately the project would become part of the city's taxable property base. This request highlights an area where the city's policies have evolved. Since adoption of the current economic development policy in 2019, the city has continued to evolve and create separate affordable housing programs and tools. The economic development policy itself has not been comprehensively updated to reflect those changes. As a result, this request presents a policy question. The project is not affordable housing, nor does it fully satisfy the affordable housing provisions. However, it is requesting a limited economic development tool, a one-time sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials. The applicant has also voluntarily committed to reserving approximately 10% of the units at rents tied to 90% of area median income for 5 years. Now, while that commitment does not satisfy the affordable housing provisions of the current economic development policy, it does represent a workforce housing component that would not otherwise be required in this project. A little bit about IRB's economic development tool that function as conduit financing. The bonds are issued in the city's name but are privately financed and repaid for by the developer. In this case, the only benefit requested is the sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials. There is no property tax abatement, no city loan, and no city debt obligation. The sales tax exemption approval of the resolution of intent allows the applicant to utilize the sales tax exemption certificate during the construction only on eligible materials as satisfied in the state statute. Once construction is complete, the commission is asked to formally issue those bonds associated with the previously approved project. Upon completion, the project becomes fully taxable, creating a permanent addition to Lawrence's tax base through approximately $37 million in private investment. This is a conceptual rendering that provides an overview of the proposed development, and it's just intended to illustrate the general character and layout of the project. Of course, these drawings remain conceptual and may evolve throughout the development process, especially with planning. But I think they're pretty far along. When speaking of the potential local fiscal impact, based on the project's estimated cost, approximately $20 million may qualify as eligible construction materials. Lawrence receives 1.6% of local sales tax collections. If 100% of eligible materials were purchased within Lawrence city limits, the theoretical maximum city impact would be approximately $328,000. However, for many large construction projects, they frequently utilize regional and national suppliers, meaning many purchases occur outside of Lawrence and would not generate city sales tax, regardless of whether an IRB is issued. For illustrative purposes, if approximately 25% of eligible materials are purchased locally, the estimated city impact would be approximately $82,000. Actual impacts will depend on where procurement patterns are and could potentially be lower. I believe that the broader housing context is important to note during this conversation. The city's housing study recently found that respondents' highest priority was expanding housing options across multiple housing types and price points, and recent permitting trends suggest a slowdown in new housing production. One of the housing study's primary goals was to unstick the market by increasing the production and preservation of housing that meets residential needs. The study recognized that additional housing supply alone will not solve affordability challenges. However, it also concluded that market forces alone are unlikely to produce all of the housing inventory that Lawrence needs. This project itself will not solve those challenges. However, housing availability impacts whether people can choose to live in Lawrence, remain in Lawrence, and support the employers, institutions, and businesses that make up our community. I believe that broader context is relevant when evaluating this request. Question before the commission tonight. Staff cannot definitively quantify the influence of the requested exemption on the project's feasibility. What I can evaluate are the costs, benefits, and policy considerations associated with the request. This request is limited to a one-time sales tax exemption during construction. It does not include property tax abatement, ongoing financial assistance, or city debt. Upon completion, the project becomes fully taxable and represents approximately $37 million in private investment. After considering the city's housing needs, the applicable policies, the fiscal impacts, and the limited nature of the request, staff recommends approval of the requested industrial revenue bonds. Oh, I missed a page, you guys. Oh. Did my PowerPoint not match up?
We've been following.
We're going to go back to one thing.
We follow.
No, I hit it all, didn't I?
Yeah, your last one was the recommendation and.
This was the last slide.
Oh, let's hit on this one real quick. I think I missed this. I'm so sorry, you guys. Ultimately, this is the policy question before the commission. Commissioners must weigh the benefits of additional housing units, private investment, and project that becomes fully taxable upon completion against the one-time sales tax exemption and the fact that the project does not fully align with the affordable housing provisions of the current economic development policy. Staff weighed these factors in arriving at its recommendation, recognizing that commissioners may assign different weight to each consideration. And then I get to the recommendation and the rationale behind that. And I apologize that I missed that last slide.
Okay.
With that being said, I thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Additionally, the applicant is here this evening joining us online and would like to say a few words.
Okay, I will need to know, so I did.
Good evening, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Cassie Innes, President of Metonic Real Estate Solutions, 12149 West Center Road, Omaha, Nebraska. I want to personally thank you for your time and consideration tonight regarding our IRB request and the associated sales tax exemption. We are genuinely excited to expand our presence here and become a lasting part of the Lawrence community. From the beginning of this project, we have prioritized collaboration. We've worked closely with the neighboring HOA to ensure that Luso Apartments fit seamlessly into the fabric of the area. Being a good neighbor isn't just a talking point for us, it is a core component of how we want to build and operate in the community. Approval of this IRB is a critical step in moving this project forward efficiently. And I just want to thank you again for your partnership, your leadership, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Cassie. Do we have questions for Susie or the applicant?
I do, Mayor. Hey, Susie, real quick, or for Cassie, in the presentation, you mentioned the 10% set aside at 90. Knowing that there's going to be a mix of 131 units between studio and 3-bedroom, what is the proposed breakdown of that 10%? Or like,
it would be 10% of each of the different unit types that we have. So if we, had 10 3-bedrooms, it would be 10% of the 10, and we would break that down accordingly through studios 1s, 2s, and 3s.
okay, but you haven't identified what your breakdown is going to be so far?
We are close to having that. I believe we're about 40 to 50% on 1s and 2s, probably 12% of 3s, and then we only have a couple of studios. But I could further define that and get back to the group. But yeah, we don't have exact unit mix. We are close in the design, but we are still working through design documents that won't be finalized until June 10th. Or excuse me, July 10th. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, so Susie, question. So if the proposed project, it doesn't satisfy the affordable housing provisions, do you worry that if we do this for this one, that this is going to sort of open a floodgate of other people coming in saying, hey, we'll build a ton of market rate stuff, but we're going to need IRBs to make it happen?
So I think I want to answer that in two different phases. First of all, that 10%, 90% at 10% was voluntarily by the applicant. That was not the affordable housing conversation or a provision of the IRB. With that being said, I think that's why I very tried to clearly, transparently state that it does not meet the affordable housing requirements. I think that was an effort that we could, again, not have otherwise asked for had they not come forward to do that. I think, again, my rationale was unsticking the market and potentially getting more housing units at all price points according to the study for the limited impact of the incentive. So,
Susie, what's your experience at your previous job on market rate housing and IRBs?
Yeah, I would want to say that I am familiar with communities that have given IRBs for sales tax exemption on multifamily properties, and I am familiar with communities that have not given it. I think it is up to the commission, which is, I ultimately believe this is a policy decision, and where we would like to see some of those incentives being used for in the housing. I would say it is not setting a precedent. I would say that every project will come before the commission and all variables will be taken into consideration for that. That's kind of, did I answer your question? You want me to go a little bit more in depth? Okay.
Yep. Any other questions at this time before we open it to public comment?
And just for a point of clarification, that's proposing is 10% at 90%, not 90% below.
So the way that I kind of worked it, so this is market rate housing, but HUD defines affordability as spending no more than 30% of the gross household income on housing cost. So we looked at the annual 90% of area median income and what that would be using HUD's 30% affordability. We kind of worked out what the ranges could potentially be in that area. Again, it was completely applicable, applicant voluntarily. This is not an affordable housing project. They are not asking for any AHAB within that. So I did not want to recreate a policy that we already have. This is an economic development just tool. Right. So.
Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. I know Christina has something to say about this. You're just so eager.
Yes, there are 2 IRBs in a row, so you know it gets tricky. All right, so I'm still Christina McKenna of 66046. As a member of the Coalition for Collaborative Governance, I'm concerned about pursuing developments for market rate housing during a time where we as a city are experiencing such a need for affordable housing, to the point of many calling it a crisis. As my colleague and friend Holly pointed out in the email she sent in, this project doesn't satisfy the city's current economic development policy in regards to providing IRB considerations for city projects, especially as pertaining to affordability. And I know Susie mentioned it too. During a time we're especially concerned as a community with our city's debt, along with the impact of high usage of tax incentives, I want to draw attention to this and request consistent application of city policies. There haven't been many, if any, other market rate housing projects requesting tax incentives. Those, as we understand it, are reserved for largely retail or affordable housing projects, not market rate builds. We've heard often that many of our current commissioners are concerned about the lack of affordable housing to the point of backing even those that aren't fulfilling their initial agreement just to get affordable housing into our city. While that can be helpful to the community these days, incentivizing market rate housing is far less so. I'd like to reiterate the request for consistent application of economic development policies, prioritizing incentives for beneficial projects like affordable housing, and suggest looking into recommending the community partnerships to the developers, especially since I know for a fact that sourcing locally through local businesses can net you the kind of incentives that are mutually beneficial to our community and get projects moving very quickly without harming potential tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor?
Not using this one for this, but Tim Hamilton, 66044. So you have to look at what the average median income is in Lawrence. It was $65,000. Susie's corrected me that it's elevated up to $70,000 per household. So you take 90% of that, and then when you divide that by 2,080, and that tells you what the hourly wage is that someone has to earn to be able to live in this. When the project started, I believe it was $65,000 a year is what the average median income was here in Lawrence, which means you'd have to earn $28.13 an hour to be on the lowest rung, to be able to fit the affordable portion of this project. So we got 131 units. 10% of the units for 5 years will be affordable. That's 13 units out of 131 will be affordable for 5 years. If you believe that the affordable median income at the time was $65,000, then 90% of that would be $58,500. Why am I throwing that number at you? Because 30% of that is spent on rent, which means that would basically be $1,462 per month in rent. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty affordable, at least by what our standards are here. But it's only 13 units and only 5 years. I think that gets to Commissioner Seller's point. So the label of this being affordable housing is a misnomer. This is part of that trickle-down housing that I spoke about before. So they're throwing a few bones out there. And the question becomes, as Susie said, it's a policy question. Do you want to give these IRB, these sales tax exemptions, when you're doing a sliver of affordable housing? With regard to other tax incentives, I would come up here and say no. With industrial revenue bonds, they're buying construction materials, and if we don't give them the benefits of that IRB here in Lawrence, then they can go buy their lumber somewhere else, their concrete somewhere else. They use, as Susie says, national suppliers. I like seeing McRae lumber trucks running around because that's a company out of Lawrence and Topeka. So the IRBs are probably the one thing that you would agree, because that's going to help with regard to local businesses getting construction materials done. But we really should discard that label of affordable housing. Otherwise, it's, as you mentioned, the camel's nose under the tent, that this is one project that comes under here under this label, then we'll get another one, then we'll get another one.
Okay. Eric Hyde, 66046. So this is the first thing I looked at for my reasoning for coming to this meeting. You know, it's a good idea, but on top of other stuff that people are mentioning, and then I've already mentioned another comment, we also have to consider the demand that it's gonna put on our infrastructure. And is there any contract with them? I'm not asking you to answer this now, but is there any contract with them to say, hey, you guys got to pay for all that all those extra outlays, all those extra extensions? The city's not going to pay for all that stuff. So, you know, these are the types of things I mean, I know it's not going to change today, but I'm going to definitely be for the stuff I'm talking about in the future, just to try to help our minds and our hearts be changed. And again, like I said earlier, this company is from Omaha. I really like Omaha. It's a lot like Lawrence. It's a little bigger than Lawrence, in my opinion. But, you know, again, they're going to own this property. About 90% of all their revenue is going to go back to them. It's not going to go into Lawrence. So again, we're going to see the budget get worse and worse. No sales tax exemptions. We ain't going to do that. No more. We can't do that. So anyway, I mean, it's a good idea. People will probably want to live there, but, you know, we need to have strict boundaries with new developers in Lawrence. Otherwise, like I said already, our budget is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And I want to talk about these bonds again, these IRBs. They're, you know, a good idea, you know, but they're bonds. They're not really money. I mean, they're sort of like a fraction of what money really is. So they're saying, oh, these bonds, oh, all these bonds. Well, they're not really going to buy them for what they're really worth. They're going to buy them for less. So you're basically giving it to them in a fraction is what I'm saying. So don't do it. I wouldn't do it if I were up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Evie Lazzarino, 66049, with the Lawrence Chamber. I would urge you to consider this. We need housing desperately. We need workforce housing. Housing at all levels opens up housing for everyone. We're just in such desperate need. We hope that you would consider this positively, especially at a time when so many people are looking at Lawrence as possibly coming to visit or to live even. We need more housing and hope you'll consider. Thank you very much.
Any other comments in the room? How about online?
Yes. Jeffrey Hepler.
Thank you, Sherry. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I'm not going to even pretend to understand the intricacies of internal revenue bonds, but I would like to ask the question, are they not going to develop if we don't give them this tax break? Because we can really use that money, I think. And there's development all around where that project's going to be happening, so it was going to be developed anyway. I should have taken notes because I had something else that popped in my mind, but I can't think of it. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Risa Williams.
Hi. I just wanted to share, I often talk about the need for affordable housing. I appreciate the very fast-spoken presentation on this. It was kind of hard to follow just because it was presented in such a fast manner. That being said, you know, working with housing and being a housing case manager prior and continuing to work with people needing housing, I understand the need for housing, but it has to be affordable. And you know, the way that things are going in our political climate, I just don't see that this is something that's good for our community. I see it all the time with places that advertise that they have affordable housing, and that term, excuse my language, just means it's shit to me, because 13 units of affordable housing and 100 and some odd units that's nothing. That's not even, that doesn't help. Yes, it's housing that we need, but there are a lot of people that have very low incomes that are barely able to, you know, when you're thinking of food, utilities, and rent, which one are you going to pay? When you're raising children, your kiddos need food, you need a place to live, but then you're what? Not paying utilities, or you're not feeding your children, or, you know, there's all those aspects that come with people who can't afford to live here. So I appreciate the presentation and everything that's gone into this, but I really would hope that you think twice about it. Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
I am a little bit late to the party, so please verse me. Are we talking about this IRB stuff?
Yes.
Excellent. And they're not asking for a rebate in property tax.
Correct.
Right. But they don't want to pay sales tax. And the sales tax goes to the city, a great portion of it. And so I'm just confused. Last week we were talking about being worried about the investor pool. I started thinking about it even more and realized I'm the investor pool. The public is the investor pool. We are investing in these organizations to do the right thing. And how many times have we made mistakes by giving them these tax breaks? And that's all it is. It's just giving rich people more rich people tax breaks. It doesn't make any sense. If people, and I realize that you know, our hands are tied in many, many areas because of the restrictions that we've had on building stuff. However, I can live with a little bit better than some of you younger people, given that, that's 55 people are, in one place we were being told, they don't do any work, they don't pay any taxes. At any rate, I don't understand why they can't do their investment without having government help. Do we want to help businesses on $36 million development? No, I don't think it's necessary. We want people who come to Lawrence who love Lawrence for Lawrence and not to rape it and take money and then leave. I think that's called a carpetbagger. It's not a good idea. We must stop giving away all of this free tax stuff. And I don't think that has anything to do with Lawrence being a difficult place to build in. No, across the United States, there are many, many communities that do not rely on giving away tax revenue to people that want to make a profit on the town. Is Lawrence set up to establish a profit incentive, or is Lawrence set up to establish a people incentive? It's what the country is coming to, and it's come to Lawrence, Kansas, and it's been in Lawrence, Kansas for an extended period of time. We need to see it for what it is. Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for discussion or questions or comments. I guess I'll jump in and start by saying, I don't see this as as Susie said, I don't see this as affordable housing. To me, that's not the policy question before us, is whether or not, if it was affordable housing under our policy, we'd be talking about property tax abatements, we'd be talking about a lot of different things in exchange, including AHAB dollars, affordable housing dollars, all of that. That's how you get affordable housing. Not, you build something and then you give the rebates, and that the rebates from the government are what obviously create the affordability. To me, this is a completely different question, and this is the question of an IOB on sales tax, which would probably cost us less than $80,000, but will generate on $37 million, that's about $580,000 a year in property taxes. Total, that's for everybody. It would be about $150,000 to the city of Lawrence in property taxes each year. And so, the question for me, besides the housing issue, which I'll come back to, from a tax point of view, getting this built and getting it built more quickly gets it on the tax rolls more quickly, gets the taxes coming, and those property taxes will be paid in perpetuity. They're not asking for that. Then the question becomes, in exchange for $80,000 or less, depending where they buy their goods, we get this on the house, on the tax roll quicker, and then the question becomes, do we need the housing? And as the housing study pointed out, we have not been building housing quickly, and I think we need to build housing quickly at all levels. We have a lot of affordable housing projects we've worked on in these last couple of years, and we have a lot more coming online, and I'm excited about those. We also have several apartment complexes that are being built right now that have not asked for any assistance. And so I don't think, this sets a precedent. I will note that, interestingly to me, might not be relevant to everyone. I do think it's a case-by-case basis. It's interesting to me that we don't have any of the neighbors here saying, don't build this project. We don't want an apartment complex by us. Don't build this project. Don't give incentives to build this project, which is something we often hear when folks are trying to build a multifamily, neo-single-family housing. And so, if there was, to me, that's a factor to consider. So, all of that being said, I would not obviously support any property taxes or anything beyond a sales tax IOB for a project like this. But given this particular situation, I will support it. I want to see this project built. I want to see it built quickly. I want to see it on the tax rolls.
I guess for me, I mean, I support them building 131 units, but our policy says that this does not satisfy the affordable housing provision. So for me, I want them to be successful. I'd love for them to come here to be able to build this 131, but I'll be voting no for the IRBs.
Susie, did you have any conversations with the applicant, or at least Cassie? What is the 90% still? It serves more as a market rate cap. Dropping that down to 80%, is that something that is negotiable, or what would be your drawback from having those 10% of those units at 80% rather than 90? Because, I mean, either one, there's not too much of a difference. I mean, you shorten the gap between fair market rate, but I just didn't know why 90% for 5 years and why not 80% at 5 years?
So I can let Cassie, and I will let Cassie, if she's still on, speak to what that might look like. But I think we don't have a workforce housing policy.
Right.
We have affordability and nothing.
Yeah.
And again, the conversation is just about housing at all price points and unsticking the market. So when I was having this conversation with the applicant, this was just a conversation that we had about workforce housing and how it hits the I-70 corridor, and it's a perfect position that we need additional housing in for a workforce.
Yeah.
So I think it was just, again, with
Right, it's a good faith effort.
and no guidance, I guess. Yeah,
Right.
based on that.
It's a good faith effort.
But I can take that feedback, and if we want to develop a workforce housing policy, that is definitely something that we can.
I'll get to that.
Again, we just have affordability, and then.
Right, and I'll get to that in my comments. I just wanted to pose to the applicant.
We could, this is Cassie speaking again, and thank you, Commissioner Sellers, for the question. We would consider it an 80%, but it would probably change the mix.
Right.
And it probably wouldn't be 10% of each unit type. It would probably be specific units, which would kind of be considered steering. And so we wanted to do an all-encompassing 10% across each unit type, just for, fair housing and making sure that it was equal across all the different floor plans. But I would consider it 80% if you guys would be open to us being more specific on the unit types and cherry picking those.
I mean, I can't make that decision. I would want to hear back from my other commissioners on it, but there's a couple of things here, and I think I want folks to kind of understand how we kind of separate this out. Because, and I've shared this before, and I've talked to Susie about it, the affordable housing piece within the economic development policy came before anything else. And it's been the only policy language that the city has had related to affordable housing until we started the momentum with a place for everyone. So it is very weak, and it is what it is, and I'll leave it at that. When I take this into account that, yes, this does not speak to it, but we have an affordable housing policy that's going to come to us in July that's going to be way more robust, that will then be able to partner alongside with what Susie is doing with the economic development policy, which may need a little bit of updating, for us to then now have a more clear pathway as well as a better matrix for this commission to come back and say, how do we want to navigate that? And it still comes back to us to say, where does the priority go? So I don't necessarily see this as, because this is an affordable housing, it doesn't deserve the IRB, because the way this is written, it's weak and it's dated. So I can look at this from the perspective of, it'll be affordable housing to somebody, it just may not be affordable housing to you, based on your determination of affordable housing. We're not talking about HUD affordable housing, we know that. You can see that in the proposal. My thing is that somebody's gonna wanna stay there, I'm not, and I would be able to barely afford it, and I wouldn't wanna live in a studio. But the thing is that it's gonna be affordable to someone, and the fact that we're not assuming that risk, the applicant is assuming that risk. And so, for what we know that they're wanting to spend, what the IRB takeaway is going to be, and the trade-off that we get, I don't have a problem supporting this, but what it goes back to is that when we get that report next month and we receive the affordable housing policy draft to review it, we need to be prepared to give staff guidance as it relates to whether or not there's directions that we want to go, and if there's priorities that we want to do as this aligns with affordable housing. Because it's unfortunate that this had to be couched up under economic development because we didn't have the wherewithal to blend this out somewhere else. So I do take that into consideration, but I also realize that this is a dated policy that really does not have the ability to create precedents, because precedents is set by this commission. So if that's the will of the commission to do that moving forward, then so be it. But if it's not, approving this today does not make that point. So, I mean, I do support it, but I support it knowing that I would be interested to know if we're going to cherry pick what the 80% would look like. If it looks like it's not, to me, I don't feel like it'll be valuable, then we can leave it at the 90%. But either way, the matter of the fact is the IRB, I don't have a problem with it at this point, because we don't have we have a weak policy on this. And and if the applicant is willing to do this, knowing that there's no mandate from the state government, from the state to do this, and we don't have the ability to do it, then I'm not going to argue it.
Thank you. Commissioner Devo?
Yeah, thanks. Commissioner Sellers made a lot of great points. I thought about, changing the percentage, but I also understood they probably analyzed this financially many ways so that they can figure out how to make it work. And I appreciate them trying to come forward with this affordable component, although it did muddy the waters in people's opinions because they tried to apply affordable housing benchmarks to it. And so for me, I like that there's going to be 10 units at 90% of the AMI. I think anything we can do, even though it's only 5 years, we're only giving around $80,000, and if you do the math, that's not a very large contribution to a project that's probably going to happen in some time, but may not happen in a time frame that we want it to. So if we can somehow, if there really is a constrained market, as was on these slides and to discuss, and if there is a pent-up demand, we need to get these going sooner than later. And if we can stimulate that, then I feel like that's our role as government, to try to do what we can to try to use infill. And this is an infill project, by the way. People mentioned new utilities and new projects, but this is all set up for service. So if I'm willing to do something that does not require extension of utilities, that's going to immediately, I hope, infill some land and with a nice mix of units at also affordable costs. So for me, that makes a lot of sense. It does go outside of some normal constraints we work in, but this is not an affordable housing project. I think that's what Commissioner Sellers said best to me. And I think the lack of housing starts that we're having in our community and the lack of material purchases, this is a way we have a hidden benefit, as Tim stole my thunder, but the hidden benefit of this is, we get to use local, we get to incentivize the use of local material suppliers. And although it comes out of our pocketbook, it's positive for the retailers in our community. So for me, that's a benefit. That's an economic benefit. And if I can help do that, I want to do that. So I'd be supportive of this.
Okay, would we have a motion? Or we want to talk more about the 90 versus the 80? I kind of like the mix of types myself, but
Yeah. I mean, if dropping down to 80 means it's going to give us something that may lead to units that may not be desirable at 90%, that may not have a market for it, then I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But again, if that's open to conversation.
Yeah, ditto.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'd look for a motion.
Can you read it?
I can do it. Even if you're against something, you can read the motion. But I move that we adopt resolution number 7685, expressing the city's intent to issue industrial revenue bonds in the amount not to exceed Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, my eyeballs got a little crazy there. Not to exceed $37.3 million for the benefit of MRES Soluso Holdings LLC. The IRBs will be issued solely to facilitate a one-time sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials associated with the proposed multifamily residential development project and would not constitute city debt or a city repayment obligation. I can't second.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Commissioner Devil. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah.
Passes 3-1. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cassie. Look forward to this project
very much.
coming out of the ground.
Yes, July, August. Thank you.
Okay, July or August. I like it. Okay, that brings us to item number 3, which is to have another discussion of, among many, on the CIP, the 2027 to 2031 CIP.
Thank you, Kurt. Good evening, Commission. Mary Bisbee, Senior Budget Analyst. We were here last month to present the 2027 to 2031 CIP for the first time, and we're here tonight to talk about some follow-up items that came out of that discussion. So we're just going to start with a brief recap about what's in the CIP before you tonight, as well as an update. So here's just a reminder about those revenue and expenditure assumptions included in the CIP before you tonight. So you can see those sales tax projected growth as well as property tax. We do want to note that per our state deadlines with the budget, just yesterday afternoon we received our estimated assessed valuation for 2027 from the county. And so as we continue to have these conversations and come back with the budget, this will be updated. The charts we've previously shown will be updated because we've got new information there. But before you tonight is still the 4% assessed valuation for 2027.
Well, what is the new information?
4.6.
4.6, okay. Good, I thought you were going to go the other way on me.
No, we just don't have the updated charts at this moment, but stay tuned.
Okay.
So, and again, just that alignment with our rate models there, and some of them will be coming back for further discussion. And then on the expenditure side, those inflation increases and price escalation for the out years. We did want to highlight this update in our capital sales tax fund. So in the project list, second from the bottom, you'll see the Lawrence Loop 7th Street to Constant Park project. So that was moved to funded. These funds were previously in our placeholder Lawrence Loop extension project. We just put those funds in a specific Lawrence Loop project, which you see before you now. So that was, I think, the only update for our capital sale, or for the CIP from last month. And again, with this capital sales tax fund, just wanting to note, currently it's set to sunset in 2029, and the CIP is assuming that renewal in 2027. If the sales tax wasn't renewed, we would just spin down those available funds on the projects as applicable. So some of those end years especially would change because we would no longer have this revenue source. And then moving into some follow-up items from our last meeting. So first is this existing debt by fund. So here is the debt as of this month. And so this will change as we go throughout the year, especially because our debt service payments, we typically pay those in the fall of each year. So just depending on that timing, these change. Our debt service fund, again, this is connected to our property tax, that dedicated mill levy for debt service payments. The other funds, those are paid back through rates or user fees. And then you can also note we've included our temporary notes for the KU Gateway project. There were a few projects that were brought up for further discussion, and so we've just provided some additional information about those here. Again, just highlighting that Lawrence Loop 7th to Constant Park project that is now funded, and staff has submitted a grant to get some additional funds for that project, hopefully. We also have the water spray park, specifically in West Lawrence. So this project was moved to unfunded in the last CIP cycle, so as we were having these conversations last year, and this was at the same time we were having discussions about operating budget reductions in 2026, and so there were some concerns about having the necessary operating and maintenance funds for a new asset. So the recommendation was made to move this to unfunded. In the 2027 CIP, this project was pushed out into the out year, so 2031, and it's unfunded in our general obligation mill levy debt. And then there's also the resident request for the Tennessee and Kentucky streets reconfiguration. So that is unfunded currently in our capital sales tax fund for about $1.1 million in 2027 and 2028. And staff did just want to note that with those additions from the project, there would need to be some additional public engagement and evaluations of things, particularly our traffic signals. Those processes, they noted, would need to take place in 2027, which would likely delay the currently planned maintenance project about a year. And then there was also the resident request for the 25th Street extension for affordable housing. That is currently unfunded, also in our general obligation mill levy debt for both 2027 and 2028. And then wanted to know, as we have discussions about potentially funding projects, it is staff's recommendation that if a project is moved to funded, that we move an equal amount to unfunded within that same funding source. And that's just to help us in our efforts as we proactively manage these funds, their expenditures, and looking at our long-term forecast and plans. There was a request for some information about our vehicle and equipment replacement policy and guidelines. So a high-level view of that is provided on the slide here. Our fleet staff do a lot of great work with that, and the full policy was attached to the agenda tonight that provides some more information. But just high-level, some of our guidelines by our different vehicle or equipment types. So those general use equipment, that's about every 10 years. Our heavy equipment and large trucks, those take into account hours of use. On the emergency side, our patrol vehicles are about every 3 years, and then our fire apparatus are 7 years as a frontline apparatus. And then various depending on different lighter support. And then staff also have a replacement analysis that has a lot of different components, and just a few of those are highlighted here on the screen, but again, all of that's available in the full policy that was included in the packet tonight. We did want to highlight some of the unfunded projects that's in the CIP before you. So we get a lot of requests for projects in the CIP every year, and as I'm sure everyone knows, we have a limited amount of resources about what we're able to fund, and so what you'll see is that's about 88 projects that are partially or fully unfunded in this CIP, and that equates to about $334 million across all 5 years of the CIP. And in the full CIP packet, you're able to see by funding source or by project whether a project is funded or not. And then with those unfunded projects, we did want to highlight some overarching unfunded needs that have been identified. So particularly, first, our ADA right-of-way transition program. So initially, we had a 20-year transition plan outlook for this, but due to a decreased ramp-up in that programmatic funding, that's been extended, so it's more like a 25-plus year transition plan. We do have staff who will be coming to provide a presentation specifically about this program in an upcoming meeting. We also have a lot of parks and recreation infrastructure and assets, and what we're seeing in those areas is really delayed or limited repairs and replacements in that area of infrastructure. And then, as you'll see in our vehicle replacement policy for our fire apparatus, that replacement cycle is 7 years as a frontline apparatus and 3 as a reserve, and that is not currently outlined in the CIP. And so that would require additional dollars to fund to that replacement cycle. And then we have our street maintenance priority. So our pavement condition index goal is 70, and our current PCI is 62.3. And so each year in the CIP, a portion of our street maintenance program is unfunded, and that would need to be funded in order to make progress towards that goal of a PCI of 70. We do want to note that many of these needs can be met through our capital sales tax, their applicable uses. And so what we heard from our May meeting was a general consensus to move towards a renewal with that sales tax. And so staff will be having more conversations with the commission regarding that, regarding a potential increase to potentially address some of these unfunded needs. But again, we'll be coming back and having those conversations. But as of right now, ultimately looking at a potential renewal in the fall of 2027. Going into some next steps. So this is our 2027 budget timeline that we've seen before. As we come back with the 2027 budget, the CIP and the budget will be updated, presented together as we move forward in the process. So here's just the outline of that. And then lastly, we just have some policy questions that have been presented before, but just briefly, those are there any unfunded projects that should be swapped with a funded project? Are there any projects that should be delayed or reprioritized? And what additional information would the Commission like to see regarding the CIP as we go through the budget process? That's all we have for the presentation tonight, so stand for any questions.
Okay, we have questions from Mayor or staff at this point?
No, Mayor.
Yeah, just a couple. On page 9, the 25th Street extension, that's for the one that goes to K10. That's the, is that project that we heard about like 4 months ago? On page 9?
No, that is,
I have the project page request here, and those should also be attached to the agenda, but the applicant request, so from the resident, was to extend 25th Street from its current end in the city parking lot east of Holcomb Ball Fields, west of Lawrence Avenue, and then adding some of those utility lines for the affordable housing.
so this is the land next to Holcomb that the school district sold to tenants to homeowners.
Oh, okay.
But they need a road, I mean, there's infrastructure needs.
Infrastructure, yeah.
But that's that project.
Okay.
I had a question about the Tennessee and Kentucky Street reconfiguration and the traffic signal impact. I don't know if, I know I did ask a question earlier about if we just made both Tennessee and Kentucky two-way streets, that all of our lights would need to be changed, and that'd be millions and millions of dollars to get two-way lights. But tell me about so that doesn't sound very appealing. But what would be the impact of adding a bike lane to the signals?
So Dave Cronin may or may not have joined online, but I can speak to high level what he was referring to. So depending on the configuration with adding those dedicated bike lanes and how many intersections we're looking at and the turning movements, what turning lanes are required, we would have to do some upgrades to the signal heads as well as timing. So there would be potential to still leave the signal heads that are there. If direction is still just one way, then we wouldn't need to add additional mast arms or anything like that. At this time, we don't believe so, but there might be a signal for bikes specifically, so we would need to modify that and the timing at each intersection that's impacted.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we open it up for public comment? Okay, public hearing item, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kelly Barth. I am a resident of Old West Lawrence, co-owner of the Raven Bookstore, and a bicyclist in Lawrence since '92. So thank you, commissioners and mayor, and all of your predecessors for the things you've done to make this a safer place to bike. Yeah, this Tennessee to Kentucky, or Tennessee and Kentucky reconfiguration seems like a very good way to relatively unaffordably or relatively cheaply reconfigure a street to make it much safer. I know that I was part of the Complete Streets discussion. Now it seems like many, many years ago, and As we learned there, the prudent driver sets the pace. So if you have a one-way street, the person who's traveling at hopefully the speed limit or below would be setting the pace, and that would make the street much safer for cyclists. I myself don't travel Kentucky and Tennessee very often now because of the dangers of it. And just wanted to pass that on to you. It's important to Old West. It's important to downtown. So thank you for hearing me tonight.
Good evening, Michael Allman, 66044, and with Sustainability Action Network. We were heartened by the Commission's 19 May discussion of the Tennessee-Kentucky right-sizing proposal as you explored how to get to yes while also addressing a budget crunch. We see ways to thread that needle. Project RR 260007 has public engagement funds allocated for 2027, giving the city some breathing room. At the same time, street maintenance can be split into phases in order to spread expenditures over more years. According to the street maintenance dashboard, Kentucky 6th to 9th and Tennessee 9th to 13 are already scheduled for 2029. At a Kentucky 9th to 13th segment could likewise be moved to 2029. That leaves repaving of Tennessee and Kentucky 13th to 19th for both, currently scheduled for 2027, which could be moved to 2028 or 29. Why go to the trouble? Short answer, safety for all road users. The city's speed data reveals that motorists routinely speed in this paired couplet, sometimes over 55 miles an hour. At that speed, a pedestrian or cyclist struck has a 90% chance of death. That's according to the city's Vision Zero action plan that you adopted a year ago. The functionally unnecessary second lane enables motorists to speed past those driving legally. Vision Zero says Tennessee and Kentucky are part of the high injury network, while the plan's top safety strategy is to design streets for lower speeds. The city engineer said about right-sizing, traffic moves at the speed of the slowest driver. It's a self-enforcing speed limit without inconveniencing motorists. Right-sizing this four-lane paired couplet is fiscally responsible as well, by freeing 50% of the pavement from damage by 4,000-pound cars. The street maintenance program will enjoy significant reduced costs. More trips by bicycle versus cars translates to budget savings and fulfills KPI CC 11, percent of trips not taken by automobile, KPI CC 4, pavement in satisfactory or better condition, and KPI CC 8, street maintenance cost per lane. Please restripe Tennessee and Kentucky streets for one motor vehicle lane, one parking lane, and one bicycle lane and a buffer.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bill Steele, 66044. To echo what Michael just said, I think phasing the project makes a lot of sense. If the commission is willing to commit to that approach, we could start the year-long community engagement process. We could do the planning and design. We could narrow down the costs, and we'll also be able to see how the 9th Street and Mass Street projects turn out, which is something I know the mayor would like to see. The other thing is it will give us time to really explore a funding mechanism for this, whether that be a sales tax or possibly grant funding that could come through to help offset some of the costs. So in that sense, I think, as Michael just said, I really think it's the fiscally responsible thing to do, which is to delay. We looked at the street maintenance schedule online, and it looks like delaying is doable. As Michael just noted, a good portion of Tennessee is not scheduled until 3 years from now in 2029. So, unless staff says that it's impossible, and maybe Melinda Harger could provide some clarification on that, it appears to us that the other segments could possibly be delayed as well. Nevertheless, the policy the policy decision can't be delayed. It needs to be made now in this budget cycle so that upcoming maintenance investments don't foreclose future options. So to reiterate, we think that phasing is a good option for reconfiguring Tennessee and Kentucky. Then we can see what happens and sort of go from there. And we hope that you will commit to that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyle Thompson. I'm the chairperson of the Oriade Residents Association 66044. I want to express my strong support for the capital improvement proposal to redesign Tennessee and Kentucky streets with buffered bicycle lanes and a safer, more useful and equitable street configuration. We live on in a National Historic Places home, my wife and I, for 38 years on Tennessee. We've raised our 2 boys there and always worried about the speeding on Tennessee. We hear many crashes at the corner of 11th and Tennessee. Many KU students and others walk in our walkable neighborhood and cross Tennessee and Kentucky. Oftentimes the motorists and/or the pedestrians may be imbibed. Many studies have shown that bike lanes reduce injuries and fatalities for cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists. E-bikes and cargo bikes are becoming more popular and replacing car trips for many people. I've seen several St. John's families after school on cargo bikes, and cargo bikes parked at Scylla and Maddie's. I have 2 myself, one with sidecar for my pup brain. Some e-bikes travel in the traffic lanes on Tennessee and Kentucky now. Others are using the sidewalks for their safety. E-bikes are heavier and faster than old-style bikes and are a danger to pedestrians on the sidewalk. A bike lane on both streets would help alleviate this problem. Also, I'd like to express my support for completing the Lawrence Loop. I also want to express my support for the traffic calming initiative related to the Gateway District in Oriade, West Hills, and University Heights. This project will help slow traffic through the neighborhoods around the university. Viva Algeria.
Good evening. Simon Stevenson, President of IFF Local 1596. I just wanted to speak a little bit tonight. I know there was in the presentation where I talked about the fire apparatus replacement cycle in there that's saying that it's 7 years frontline, basically meaning that that's what you're in every day and 3 years as a reserve. And that basically sits in there in case your front line goes down and you have something, right, to go into, right? We're an entity where we go to where the call is, right? The calls don't come to us, so we are very reliant on those. I can tell you, like, it is very important to have a replacement cycle like that because reliability is important. I can tell you for 100% certainty, I know it because the engine I currently ride on is 14 years old and breaks down once a month. No matter what it is, more often than not, it's a radiator hose on it, but you can almost count that once a month it's going into city garage to get fixed, and we're getting. My concern is with that replacement cycle, right now it's currently sitting unfunded in the CIP projects. So the big problem with that, right, is like when you get behind, you can't build these things overnight. Like a regular diesel internal combustion engine, it takes about 4 years to build one of these things. So by the time you order it, it takes about 4-year turnaround to get to it. So my big concern is getting behind, like getting that fleet where it's entirely unreliable and making it impossible to actually kind of do our jobs. So I think it's something that we'd really like to look at and have a plan going forward on how we're going to address that. So other than that, that's all I've really got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Eric Hyde, 66046. Let's see here. I just want to say slow down on this capital improvement stuff. 88 projects at, I forgot the number, it was like 393 million or 350 million or something like that. That's a lot, so just slow down, you know? Just don't do it all, just pick and choose better. Be more fiscally conservative is what I'm saying, and that applies to both Republicans and Democrats, by the way. It applies to everybody living in every single household, too. Or apartment complex or whatever. For Parks and Rec, you know, I clean up the parks a lot. I quit volunteering, though, some time ago recently because it's way too dangerous. You know, I was starting to be beat up, and I was insinuated to be murdered by somebody, a homeless person, and I can see more homeless people going back to the park since I haven't been cleaning it up. They don't want to hire me because there's not enough money in Parks and Rec. So we need more money in Parks and Rec, not much, but we need some. Let's see here. Unfunded projects with affordable housing, that basically is secret code talk for increasing the mill levy and property taxes for everyone, and utility rates and all that stuff. As a bicycle accident survivor in 1994, I was in a GCS 3 coma for 16 days. I'm not for this bicycle Tennessee-Kentucky project. They're talking about how dangerous that is. Yeah, that's super dangerous. You know, if you really want to increase safety on those streets, just lower the speed limit to 20 permanently. That'll save a lot of safety for bicycle people. Let's see here. Oh, Old West Lawrence does not own Lawrence. Bicyclists don't own Lawrence. I don't ride bikes anymore. It's too dangerous for me. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie Sedlock, 66049. Just wanted to say, give you a couple different perspectives on the Tennessee and Kentucky redesign from kind of a business perspective, actually. When you think about an ROI on any asset, a lot of times one of the first things you'll look at is utilization. If we look at utilization and we got a road that has 2 dedicated lanes for cars, and we're able to meet that with 1 lane based on the traffic counts. If that happened in business and you looked at your utilization, and I've had that happen, it doesn't go well. You've got to utilize your asset completely. And so as we look at our assets, whether it's for bikes or for parking day or any of those things, I urge the commission to look at that asset and look at it like a business would, that it's not just cars. I'm pro-car, I'm pro-trucks. I'm in the heavy highway materials business and the waste business. Our trucks have to move places. This street would be safer with 1 proper lane than cars speeding in and out of our trucks and end dumps and so forth. The visibility would be better. It's not uncommon, if you've driven that, to have cars when you're on a multi-lane, one-way street, for there to be a lot of back and forth at a pretty high rate of speed. As we try to attract talent to our companies from Chicago and from Denver, the younger, smarter folks are one of the first things they're asking is, what's the quality of life? What's the walkability like? What's the bicycling like? These are not questions that I asked 35 or 40 years ago. I wasn't smart enough. But for us to attract the talent that we want in our community to drive the innovation, the entrepreneurship, everything, we have to have this type of infrastructure. I think it's fantastic to see young families with a cargo bike. First of all, I think it's healthy, but second of all, some people can't afford 2 cars, and a lot of times you have to have 2 cars to have a family, somebody doing sports, somebody picking up, somebody going to work. Granted, you can't ride all year in Lawrence or in the Midwest. It's a little bit chilly and a little hot, but for about 8 or 9 months, a family could make it for a few trips here and there with a cargo bike. And this would be great to get down to Dillon's, somebody in a Pinckney neighborhood, going back and forth. On the pavement design, I'm sure Mr. Cronin and his staff, they've done a ton of work, but there's all kinds of things to where they can do the pavement design in that center lane to have a really robust design and really take the edge off on maintenance on the other lanes and really play with those cash flows there, because the ESOLs, the equivalent single axle loads, are not going to happen in those other lanes. And so with that, just thank you for your time and really appreciate your support on this.
Can you queue up my...
Kurt? Yeah. Can you pull up the slides that were submitted?
Here it is. Tim Hamilton, 66044. So on the sheet here, you can see all of the economic development tax incentives that are there. This relates to the capital improvement presentation because the tax increment financing, which you see was up there, is one of those. One of the issues that I wanted to bring forward is that there's right now nothing connecting any of these development projects to livable wages that are going on. The only current mechanism that there is a wage floor that has to do with tax abatement. And I'm showing you this is where it is in the economic development policy. It's actually at this section here, and it says that for tax abatement, and I'm connecting this to tax increment financing also here in a second, that right now the only requirement is if a developer is going to get tax abatement that they have to pay 130% of the federal poverty threshold for a family of 3 persons. So it's entirely different when we're looking at what is a livable wage versus a poverty wage, which is what that is. Here's what the poverty measure is as of today, 2026. So a household of 3 is $27,320. 130% of that is $35,516 a year. If you divide that out by 2,080, that is $17 an hour. So what I'm saying is on any of these tax incentives, including the Gateway Project and the tax increment financing, there was never a connection with a livable wage. And shouldn't, if that developer, whether it's a public-private partnership or an entirely private development, shouldn't they pay a livable wage in the city of Lawrence? As it is now, the only thing we're requiring is this $17 an hour, which is not a livable wage. This is what a livable wage is according to MIT. MIT has a livable wage calculator. They say it's $21.11. Google it yourself. Here's what you do. If you do that, it comes up. Here's the livable wage calculator. I toured MIT like 2 years ago. Trust me, they're going to be around. Get in Kansas, go on Lawrence, and it'll tell you right there it's $21.11 for one adult with no kids. So that's well above what the target is now. So in conversing with Susie a little bit earlier, we were spitballing some ideas. If we were to change that to 175% rather than 130%, and then we were to tie it into all of these incentives, you would help develop a livable wage, which would help with our affordability issue.
Thank you.
Hey, Patrick Ross, 66049. I totally forgot about this. I don't even know what else to say, really. You know, Michael and Bill, they're on it. But yeah, just kind of makes a lot of sense. I feel like as far as CIP goes, you know, how many people even come here and engage with you on any project, you know, outside of the firefighters, us. I feel like even just following this issue recently, there's been a lot of people that don't normally come here and talk. And so I think a lot of people feel pretty much the same way about it. I was just chatting with Michael before I came up here, and he kind of explained that, we could either delay it to save on some of the costs over a few years, and there's a community engagement part of it. That's all well and good if we need to do that. But, the data's out there. We'd be more than happy to provide all the data that shows that the more bike lanes you build, the safer it is, the more people use it. Just even the last few days, I've seen a number of teenagers out on bikes because it's summertime and it's like midnight and they're out on main streets. And to me, if I were a parent and just like kind of seeing it in the dark, it's like, it'd be great if in their community there were protected bike lanes for them to use at those times, because that's what teenagers are going to do. And nowadays with, how great technology is, there's a lot of people on e-bikes. And as great as like electric cars are for, getting people off oil and gas, e-bikes are still better than electric cars because they use less electricity than electric cars. So really, people should be on e-bikes instead of electric cars. And then people who are able to do normal biking instead of e-bikes. And the only way that's going to happen is if we build protected bike lanes. And the data is out there from multiple cities that have done this. Some of those cities that the individual previously mentioned about Chicago and Denver, they've done this. And to a lot of great success, there's a lot of additional benefits to getting people on biking. It helps with the affordability issue. If people really don't need a car outside of Lawrence, they can bike around and get anywhere in Lawrence. And so, I don't really know what else to say. It seems pretty cut and dry and straightforward. And then if public engagement needs to happen, even for as early as 2027, I think we have plenty of time to do that. If the city's got a lot on their plate, I saw Chad Lawhorn just put out a little opinion piece on data centers, got a lot of people riled up, took a contrarian position, put something out there for people to chew on. Maybe Chad could take a crack at seeing what people think on this project, because I know he's written about it before. So however we can do this, I think it's a really great idea, and I hope we can find a way to fund this. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm a KU student and a resident here in Lawrence, and I also just want to speak and say that I also support the Tennessee-Kentucky bike lanes. As an environmental science student, we have learned that biking is one of the most effective ways of transportation for energy, and I know a lot of KU students also cannot afford cars right now, and bikes are an affordable way of transportation, so implementing safe bike lanes will really, I think, continue to drive the biking community in Lawrence and also just create more opportunities for KU students who do not have cars. And although the bus system is awesome, having a bike and just being able to get on where you want to on your own schedule is also something that a lot of people need, especially with jobs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Delaney, 66044. I just really want to second what my neighbor Kyle had to say. When we bought our house, one of the attractions of living on Tennessee was the porch that we have, and we sit out there in the evening. And once the going home traffic has abated, Tennessee turns into something of a racetrack. There's never any speed control on it, and in the last few weeks, even into the early evening when it's beginning to get dusk, it is so hazardous for cyclists to ride on Tennessee that you see cyclists on big e-bikes, with the big tires on the sidewalks. And so while I'm not a cyclist, I absolutely second the idea of narrowing Tennessee to one car lane or truck lane and adding a bicycle lane to it. Thank you.
The comments in the room? How about online?
Yes. Julie Jones?
Okay, we'll just take Julie.
Julie Jones, 66047. Yay, my camera is working. Another update from Microsoft, thank you. I would like to, talk about what I don't see in the capital improvements, and I've been waiting, I've been here 12 years now, is the stormwater drains. The city put in a stormwater drain behind my property, and I don't think they've been back since because it's full of trees and trash. I brought this up again last year during the CIP, and it's a mess. And then it's supposed to drain back into the river eventually, but what happens is there's all kinds of pools back there. The water comes down off of the Wakarusa area down the hill, fills into it, and then turns into a great big mosquito fest. And then as far as streets are concerned, there again, I've inquired about when are they going to fix West 24th off of Wakarusa, and they talked about Tennessee and Kentucky being a racetrack. They should come see West 24th Street. It's like that every day, all day, and along with all the potholes that constantly pop open and they get filled, and then because the way the water drains down the hill, it falls over the potholes, and the product in potholes, asphalt, pops back out again. So I'd like to know from somebody, since they went ahead and did the alleys, when are you guys going to put the stormwater drains into the CIP? Because I've seen some of them fixed and some of them cleaned out, but this one over here off of Ranch Street that runs parallel to West 24th is still a nightmare, a mosquito-infested nightmare with lots of raccoons living down in there and snakes, you name it. It's like a unkept farm or something going off down in there that nobody goes down into. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's the only one, so you can go ahead and, yep, go ahead.
My name is Danielle Coleman, 66049. I am against these projects due to us being ahead of ourselves. We just finished an audit, correct? Like, whenever we're getting behind and we're owing someone and we're, back and forth, we finish an audit, parents and people like me are affected. When we're trying to hurry, when the accounting is rushed through real quick and, when we're behind and contractors, then we're affected. This is, I wish, I hope he's on the call as well, Derek. We have a problem with, me and my children have been affected like this. I have not had my children for a year now. With the gentleman that mentioned he wasn't quite sure about the bonds and things like that. What's happening is that our community is hearing like affordable housing, and they're hearing these terms where it sounds like it makes sense, and they're like, oh yeah, I want to be able to help people. I want to, the opioid crisis, burnout, all these different things. Whenever there is a national emergency, then we're on it. We need the funding for it. And then there's people like me who they forget about in the criminal courts, in the family court situation, and then they need to hurry up and close an audit. And then there's things like screenings from other individuals that are sat inside of your file, and you're not able to move forward with your trial, and there's people who are not even responding anymore, because if they do, then it reopens things. We even have an attorney on our case now that passed away, Gary Pomeroy, but we're using his trust account, we're using this and that. If anything that I'm saying is true, then if it's brought up, then that's why the GAL and no one else is responding, because they cashed out. Young Williams came in at the very end, they cashed out, and now, despite many CPS reports, I myself have not been able to have my children. The little kid that mentioned last week that he wishes that there was more to do in the community, that's actually what I was trying to do. I actually opened an LLC. When there's not a, and what has happened is I've been just stopped.
Time.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments. Obviously, this is another follow-up on the CIP. We'll be getting the city manager's report next time, which will include the recommendations from the city manager CIP, and we'll have lots of more votes on this, but we certainly can provide feedback at this point as we're moving forward. Comments, questions? Anything changes we want to see before it gets to the city manager's recommendation?
Yeah, one question on the PCI for the roads. It was 62.3, and then in here it says it's unattainable at current funding. Looking at like the 5-year thing, it's like 28 million. What would be the funding that would be required to get it to 70?
Don't have that one off the top of my head, but I know we have it listed in unfunded, and Mary's looking that up now. So the unfunded amount we have here, if this was included, then we're looking at getting up to 70 in that 5 to 10 year time frame.
Yes, so there's, under the street maintenance program across all 5 years of the CIP, it's about $36 million unfunded currently in general obligation bonds, and then an additional 2.4 in infrastructure, in the capital sales tax.
So that'd be 36 on top of the 29?
Yeah, so about $38 million.
It's a big number.
Right, yeah.
Other comments, questions? We don't have to take any action, but if we have any feedback to provide?
I'm going to figure
if
out
not,
a way to get that
yep.
25th Street extension into the CIP. I'm going to figure it out, so.
You want that in?
No, I just want it in I want the 25th Street extension. I want to figure out how we can incorporate that into our CIP. There's been a lot of work that has come to get that project going, and this is just, I think, one more piece that could build that momentum. And when we talk about, to several of our conference points, when we talk about big A and little A affordable housing, and what does that look like, and the fact that we're bringing things online and we're getting policies put in place, the commission, we have to start figuring it out. And again, I mean, this is not the most opportune time, but I think it is an opportunity for us. And so I want to figure out how we can make that work, so. Not necessarily want to have a direction right now to say, because I feel like the onus is on us and on me. So I need to do my part to be more due diligent about figuring out what does a solution look like for that. So I just wanted to make that note. So
I'm just curious on that project versus the Tinge Homeowners Habitat project on 31st and 31st, the Kessel Cove, 31st, that's another project with lots of land, and I guess I didn't, in my mind, I thought Tinge Homeowners was maybe looking at that project next before they were looking at the Holcomb project, but maybe that's just my projection.
No, and I mean, if that's the case, and I think having that conversation with Rebecca, if that's more of a high priority, then I stand my words, and I'll stand. I'll stand back.
I'm asking the question.
If you don't know,
no, I don't know.
And I'm due to have them with Rebecca. No. We'll figure it out. But
okay, that's good. I think that's. Obviously, yeah. I just want to make sure we're going the right way.
As far as we talked about the fire apparatus policy. Where are we, as far as direction from us? What anything specifically you would want us to give you all direction on for that. Because what is our current status on?
Are you direction on the fire apparatus replacement specifically?
Well, yeah.
I think the question in general is if you would like that project to be funded, should we fund it? What should we unfund in capital sales tax to be able to fund that?
Because I struggle with the, we have a policy for it, but it's an unfunded mandate. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my only thing, and this can come after you guys work out the budget in July. There was a comment last time, John Imms had the comment about, it'd be great to see how, we've done general fund stuff. Here it's talking about debt service, there's stuff about water and wastewater. I know that's coming later this year, but it'd be good to talk about the budget in its entirety. That's something I don't feel like I have a good handle on. I sort of see it in pieces. It'd be cool to have a presentation to talk about all of those pieces together, more of as like a work session.
Okay. Commissioner Devo, any?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I appreciate the comments from the public about Tennessee and Kentucky maybe deferring the projects. I'd have to look at the PCI index and some other assorted things, but I think it's a reasonable thing that we might be able to do to help us make the right decision without rushing through it. Again, we're working on 9th Street. Again, I'd like to see some of that come to fruition. But anyway, I think I appreciate that input, and that's really the only thing that I saw that would be a change from the last time we discussed this a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Okay. If there are no other comments, be looking forward to the city manager's recommendations.
So just to wrap this up, I didn't hear a lot of consensus on changes from what we've presented as far as putting anything back in, because we didn't necessarily have consensus on what to take out in order to put something back in. Is that fair to say? Yeah. I'm not saying there won't be additional opportunities to do that, but just what you'll likely see is what in the recommendation is what you've seen tonight.
Okay. We will have lots more time to talk about it. And with a little 4.6, I like that. I like to see what that looks like. That's better than the alternative.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you, everyone, for being here. There'll be a lot more discussion on this as we go forward, so appreciate it. That takes us to agenda item, what? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll check the score of the game. 5-minute break.
I was thinking technically we could have argued.
We're back from our short recess with agenda item 4, which is to receive an update on the community building.
Algeria just scored, sorry.
There we go. Nice.
Rock chalk.
Wow.
Okay, I'll make this quick. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Lindsay Hart. I am the Interim Director for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And bringing back to you an update on the community building. And let's see if there we go. So just a quick recap of where we're at and where we've been. In December of 2025, the City Commission directed PRC staff to leave the community building open for a 3-month trial period, keeping it open to the public, no charge. So we came back again in March, and the commission directed us again to keep it open for another 3 months. And so I'm back with you tonight to give you some visitation numbers and just talk about how we want to move forward. So just as a reminder where we're at with the budget, for the 2026 budget, we eliminated $50,000 in part-time staffing, and our original plan was to only open the community building for programming only. And so as we've adjusted and worked out logistics over the last 6 months, we realized that those estimates were a little low. And so looking ahead to the rest of the year, we would need an additional $39,000 for part-time staffing to keep the building open as we have been for the remainder of this year. And then looking ahead to 27, so as we're preparing our 2027 budget, I do just want to throw out that what we would need is $69,000 per year to realistically have the right amount of staffing and work the logistics that we've been able to do to keep it open to the public. Just a quick reminder, I shared this slide last time when I was here, but part of the reason why the community building was not included in the membership fee program and some of the issues that we've been dealing with is the just safety, security, and ADA improvements that are needed. And so our current issue remains that the north entrance is not ADA accessible, and then we have the elevator in the south entrance, but it's not visible from the staff desk, so that therefore it would allow undetected entry. And so the way that we've been currently managing that is we have all the doors locked, and then patrons would ring a doorbell, and our staff has to let patrons in either from the front or the back entrance. So our current progress towards a solution is we do plan to construct a permanent exterior ramp at the north entrance, and we have funding assigned to that. So MSO through the ADA program has $75,000, and then PRC building maintenance funds would cover the other $75,000. That project is ready to put out for bid in the next couple weeks, and so we've seen some designs. I think it's going to look great. It's going to be a great project. So we're looking forward to that, and we plan to get that completed by the end of this year. But the long-term solution that we've had in the CIP would be, it's getting close to $1 million project, would be to relocate the elevator from the back entrance to the front. That way all of the, accessibility can be monitored appropriately with staff at the front desk. So looking at data, we went ahead and combined all of the total visits from January through May 25th, so we could have the numbers prepared for you tonight. So, so far in 2026, our total visits for the community building is 6,830, and that's not unique, that's just total. Counting every day, every visitor, adding those up. The after-school use through the end of the school year remained about the same, that it was every day except Wednesday was about 5, youth per day, and then on Wednesdays we always see a little bit more just because they get out earlier and have a little bit more time. So that one remained an average of 10 per day. I also wanted to throw in some Holcomb and East Lawrence Center visitation data. I know it's been discussed in some recent commission meetings, just talking about whether or not that needs to be part of the conversation to, possibly remove that from our membership fee structure. So I just wanted to share some data while I was here tonight. So far in 2026, the same date range, January 5th through May 25th, the total combined visits at ELC and Holcomb combined is 7,246. And I just wanted to share, just to kind of get this out for discussion, but just a very brief estimate, looking at the visitation numbers total of our membership scans so far this year, it appears that roughly 10% of our annual membership visitation happens at Holcomb and ELC. So if we were to consider offering ELC and Holcomb free, just to start, we would estimate that we would lose approximately 10% of our estimated revenue goal, so it could be a loss of $45,000. It could also be a lot higher. We don't know what to expect. We do have people who might change their mind if ELC and Holcomb are offered free. Even though they visit SPL all the time, they might change their mind and start going to the others. So again, these are estimates of an estimate, and so we're still pretty preliminary with only 5 months of data, but I just wanted to share that with you since we've had some recent discussions. So our questions for you this evening, the first one being, obviously the reason I'm here is at the end of June, we do not have any further funding to keep the community building open for the remainder of this year. So, the first question for the commission is, should we keep it open for the rest of 2026? If so, we would need $39,000, and where should that funding come from? Then the next question, as we are preparing to submit our 2027 budget here in a few weeks, do we need to consider keeping it open for 2027? And if so, that would be $69,000 annually. And then again, just since it has been recently discussed, should we consider offering Holcomb and East Lawrence Rec Center free as well? Again, that's an estimated $45,000 revenue loss. Again, I obviously don't have exact numbers on that, but just want to make sure that that's, part of the big picture discussion. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer questions.
So for the Holcomb and ELC, the 10%, are those 10% solely going to those, or they also go to SPL?
There's a little bit of a crossover. I asked my staff if we could check, and they were going to try to run some numbers, but we felt that 10% was a pretty clear, distinct cut, that we have a pretty solid group, that 10% of our members are only going to ELC and Holcomb. But we do have a bit of a crossover, but we felt like it was pretty safe to say that we can be comfortable saying 10%.
The $39,000 for the community building, could we use rec center fees or the spectator fees as they've been currently generating this year to help pay for that?
No, because when we set our 2026 budget, that was all taken into account for our target budget that PRC needed to hit for this year. So we removed that $50,000 from the community building and then added membership fees with a goal of $450,000 rec center, $250,000 spectator fees. Those worked together to help us hit our budget goal. So they're already being used, you might say. And so unless we made additional funding or additional revenue to cover that difference, but it's too early for us to be able to commit to that.
Not only do you shared that the possible revenue loss for if we were to make Holcomb and ELC free, but what would it take to keep it open for free? So you had the $69,000 is what it would be for community building. What would that be for ELC and for Holcomb?
That would not change expenses since we currently already operate those. So we have staffing in place, so it's not an additional expense. It would just be a revenue loss is all we'd be looking at.
2027.
For 2027, correct.
That's potential before we could maybe do some sponsorships or stuff like that to maybe offset those at those locations.
Yes, but as far as, if we're submitting a budget here in a few weeks, without knowing if we had any additional revenue sources or sponsorships, just to, as far as how it looks on paper, that's an estimated revenue loss that is kind of a starting point. But again, we're not sure where that would go.
But didn't we have that with the membership fees before last year's budget? I mean, sort of set a goal and said, hey, we're going to try to hit this. Couldn't we do the same thing on the sponsorship side?
Correct. I mean, with sponsorships, as we've stated before, is we just currently don't have staff to work on that. And so that's kind of another issue that we've run into, that we don't feel like we have anybody in place to generate enough to cover that big of an amount. So again, our current sponsorship program, helps offsets, we have banners and things at SPL. But yeah, that would be a bigger project that we just don't currently have the staff in place to commit to.
I'd be interested in and I know we had this at one point. I know we looked at the numbers last year. I mean, on the impact on usage, obviously we only have half a year of data yet. And I was trying to remember, obviously on the so far this year to date, the community building is basically bringing in the same number of visits as the other two combined. I don't think it was like that a year ago, was it?
So, yeah, and I have those numbers, and again, for what it's worth, since we're tracking much better now. But the community building, our visits for the same time frame. So again, for this year, we're currently sitting at 6,830. In 2025, during the same time frame, we had 3,100, about 3,100. So we've more than doubled the visitation to the community building. For Holcomb and ELC, again, combined during the same time period, for this year we're at about 7,200, and last year we were at 8,200. So we were higher last year when we weren't counting as well, and so this year that has gone down a little bit.
Do you have the SPL numbers there?
I didn't bring the SPL numbers, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wondered.
Yeah.
No, the heat map's really interesting because the amount of kids using the community building is as high. I mean, it's second only to SPL, for in between January and May.
For that.
Based on like the one that, I think it was actually in one of the commission item that's a little bit higher up.
Yes. Yeah, I was looking at those numbers. The number of youth memberships you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on that page 4 of that one where it says, the youth membership is, 1277. That's, it's just interesting to me that East Lawrence and Holcomb, and it feels that way when I visit them, just don't have the same level of people. I mean, to me, it's there's a need for a free rec center in the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and again, this is always so tough. I mean, it's tough for you guys.
Right.
Trying to figure these things out based on half a year of information. I mean, when we talk about even, how much money we're going to generate from the fees, I mean, what happens in the summer, see how people react in the summer. Some people start buying because now they have free time, they're buying passes. And then the fall brings a whole nother group of people who might not have been here before or might be doing something different. So, I mean, trying to base the full year of what's going to happen based on what happened in the first 6 months doesn't really tell you much.
That's correct, and that's exactly what we're seeing, what we anticipated. Obviously, in the summer, a lot of people will drop a membership, so the monthly numbers have gone down because they want to be outside and they're going to, utilize outside, amenities and parks and trails, and so we expect and hope that it will pick back up in the fall. But I mean, realistically, it's hard to have all of this, baseline data. We honestly need about 2 years to be able to really truly set some accurate goals, especially because of, as we look through the first year, we have people buying their annual membership in June, and so now they still have another year, so it wouldn't even be till middle of next year that we could truly feel like we have some really good, recurring data. And then it's still hard for us to see right now, we're obviously tracking our goal of 450,000, but we're still trying to figure out the impact of having the community building open free, which was a concern early on that it might impact our initial goal of 450,000. And so, just again, we're all in this together, and just having this open conversation, just since all we have is 5 months of data, and we're doing the best we can to predict the future.
I guess that's why I'm at it. I certainly want to keep. I certainly think we need to keep the community building open free for the rest of the year, at the very least. I mean, to make that change now, I don't think would help us with any information or anything that we've done. I'm fine using fund balance for that. I mean, I think we did a little better in fund balance than we predicted. I mean, I don't think we want to cut some project from Parks and Rec at this point in the year either. I think we have the fund balance for that. I'm not ready to talk about the 27 budget yet, and again, it's just hard for me to think about. I think we'll have more information as we get to August about what we do with those other locations. I'm certainly open to the recommendations, but I tend to think, again, for the reasons we were just talking about, I would lean towards keeping it the same for 2 years and seeing what happens. But, I'm open to other conversations, and as we get more data, I'm interested in that. It is of note that the community building is drawing more people, significantly more people than last year, while the other two are drawing less, which obviously makes it clear that people are probably diverting to that location. So I think we need to, analyze that and think about that.
When I was looking at the data over the past 5 months, it seems like Holcomb's a little bit less than East Lawrence. Is that fair? I mean, if you had to make the decision of one or the other, would Holcomb be the one that you would think, hey, I want to kind of juice these numbers to get these up a little bit?
I don't know if I can answer that.
Picking your favorite kid.
Yeah, exactly. That's really hard to do. You can't put me in that position. And I apologize, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I feel like they're fairly equal. They've fluctuated a little bit, but yeah, I think we'd really have to analyze. I mean, it depends on what that would mean or what that would look like. And obviously, we use both those facilities for different reasons. And, we have our own programs, different camps out of those two locations. And so we have to look at how that would affect our own programming, let alone just the membership aspect.
Based on the numbers and the revenue that's coming in, I think it's like 280, 270, something like that we made so far on the rec center fees. Do you feel confident that we're going to hit 450?
It's really hard to answer. Again, we're 5 months in. I believe we're, 59% of our revenue goal. So I feel like we're doing great so far. But again, really until we get through a full year, I hope that I can stand here in December and say we made it. I think we can try to analyze trends, and I think we could come in lower. Again, we don't know. We could try to guess based on what we've seen through this, this first 5 months is all we really have. Obviously, we're halfway through June, so here in a couple weeks, I'll know, truly what the first 6 months looks like. I think one thing that we have to take into account is, when we first set our goals and estimates, it was on paper based on everybody buying their annual membership in January. And so, and that's when we accrue that revenue. So now it's great if people continue to buy their annual membership, but each month that goes by, we only get a small percent in this year's budget. The rest goes in 27. And I know I've explained that before, but that's where I'm getting a little nervous that we could fall short, and I don't think I think we'll hit our goal of how many members we want and we thought we needed, but it's the timing of more people might choose to buy an annual membership later this fall, and then we'll only get a certain, small percent of that revenue. So, we definitely need the monthly memberships to pick up to make up for some of that difference. But again, sitting 5 months in, we're at 59%. I feel good about it right now. I think we're going to get close. And again, since this was an estimate from the beginning, I feel really good about where we're at.
And I guess I'd just say that doing it that way will heading towards meeting the goal for next year already.
I was going to say, the
right?
great news is 27 looks great so far. We're doing really well already in 27.
Yeah.
And so, Casey, question for you. So, looking at like the bar graphs for the money coming in, as Lindsay said, like we made almost 180 in January, and then it sort of went downhill from there. Is there anything we're doing on the communication front to kind of get this in front of people to say like, hey, we still have rec centers, they're open, please check them out, as a way to hopefully sort of, again, kind of boost some of these numbers?
Yeah, Lindsay could probably speak to that better. I don't know that we are doing anything more targeted for memberships at this point. We did earlier in the year, but...
Yeah, we did a membership drive early on that was in December and again in January. And then we did another push, I think it was in the spring. And so we've talked about, let's hit it every few months. And so I know we do have it on our radar that now that we're going to be 6 months in, right in the middle of summer, we will start to plan to push that just to kind of hit the second half of the year. So yeah, great question. And that is something that we need to be doing. I think at first it was more explaining to people what it is and how to sign up, and then now we've shifted into, okay, now it's marketing time, and it's all about sales, and so that is it is our plan to do that.
And can I jump in here for a second?
Yep.
And Lindsay, I appreciate you trying to explain these numbers. I know statistics are hard to imagine at this level when we're talking about forecasting for an entire year, when we're using 5 months of data. So I apologize for that analysis at this level. But, we talk about boosting numbers, and that would be great to do. But, we're also talking about providing a free option so that people don't need to pay. So I feel like we're, talking out both sides of our mouths in this case, because we're saying, hey, you have this free product that you don't have to pay for, and we're experiencing, growth in that area, and that we're trying to boost numbers in the paid area, and because we've taken away users from the paid group. So it's unfair. You're in an unfair position at this point, so I feel bad. So I just want to say we need to decide what we want to do, because the public is going to pay attention to what we say, and they're going to, decide how they're going to purchase based on whether or not we are going to expect them to pay for it. And, we have to make a decision, and we have to stick with it. And I'm with Brad. I think we need, years of data to make a good decision about what we do next. But I think we're doing a great job right now. And I think we need to focus on other revenue streams other than users, including user fees, visitation fees, and then also sponsorship. And again, we still need to get a building sponsor, maybe a sign on the building. I think that would help. That's it.
Okay.
Lindsay, I think the only piece I would add to this, I do echo some of the sentiments on holding the fee so that we can get a good forecast, and knowing that we have that overlap because of the annual. I would even say extend it to 3 years so that you have a better, longer forecast to look at this. And the only reason why I say that is because we're talking about increasing. We want to increase numbers, but we're also seeing a drop in numbers, and we're not looking at some of the indirect variables to all of this. There's food costs, there's other costs that play into how a family may look at their use of the rec center. Maybe it may be switching to utilizing benefits, and now they qualify for something. So where they would be able to have may be able to pay for a full price, now they qualify for something totally different. So these are variables that we need multiple years to look at, that we can follow those trends, or at least make some type of connection or correlation to what we're seeing with national trends to see how that impacts that. So, I don't want to make any changes to this. We've already made one change. And as we continue to create shocks to the system, then we're not going to be able to, we won't have a way of telling the story accurately. And so if we can just hold it down stay committed for the sake of you and your department for 3 years, because there's, other pieces that we're not even thinking about that I'm thinking about is the community building. We're trying to mill piece things together to a building that is aged, that we still keep trying to put, we're trying to do our best to make it look good. But at some point, we need to have the bigger conversation. What do we want as it relates to Parks and Rec and our services and our buildings, and what does that look like? So that's a bigger conversation that needs to be had, because if the community is okay with the community building and all of its, glory, good, bad, and indifferent, then so be it. And that's, I guess that's a breath of fresh air for the commission, and we just have to continue to piecemeal it together as we continue to go. But if there is a desire, because there's bigger things, we talked about the needs for our parks, and ADAs, the bathrooms, the shelters. We've talked about the pool. Do we need another pool? Splash pads, buildings, expanding community buildings to actually be rec centers, because we're calling them rec centers, but they're not really rec centers. So I say all that to say, I want to avoid as many shocks as possible. And I feel like giving you 3 years to hold it so that you have solid 3 years of data to come back and say, this is what we've been able to do. If we're cycling out of something right now, maybe things start to uptick, or we cycle and things drop. Because of so many different indirect variables, I don't even feel comfortable saying if we make something free, more people are going to come to it. Because we got folks out here trying to decide between back to school supplies, haircuts, and it's the first week of summer. So I think there's things, I get it. Folks who are able to go are going to go. Folks who can make it happen will make it happen. Those who want to make it happen and they know they can't, if they don't qualify for something, they're not going to go. So as much as I want to hope for something to happen, life's for folks. And so I don't think there's too many things that we can change that will draw more people to use. I think that's a correlation that I wouldn't feel strong saying, so.
Okay.
And as far as funding the community building for the rest of the year, if it's the will of the commission to use fund balance to do it, then so be it. I won't object.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Anything else from us?
Mayor.
Okay.
Public comment.
Oh, thank you. We haven't got there.
Oh.
Thank you about that.
I didn't come down here for this, but I have to speak.
Okay.
I don't know if your email address, does .gov still get to you guys?
What?
Owenskansas.gov still good for this year?
Does .org probably won't get to us. .gov will get to us.
Okay, well, I'll send you something later. But I played pickup basketball at the community building from November 1971 until my last game in April of 2000. And they were usually at night, and most of the guys I played with still live in town. We had a lot of fun, and I'd go down there on Saturday and Sunday to practice and play. It's a really great building for basketball. It just has a great vibe to it, and it's fun. And I think the youth of this community should have access to it to play ball. I sure enjoyed it. A lot of my friends have floorboards from Allen Fieldhouse that they got from the Williams Fund or whatever. When the community building got a new floor, my wife went down there and picked up some old boards so I could frame them, and that's what I have in my basement. So I love the community building. I hope we can keep it open for everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you. Eric?
Eric Hyde, 66046. I went to Holcomb a lot. I used to play soccer, indoor soccer at Holcomb. We also played baseball out there on some of those fields, but I mainly went to YSI. That's what it was called then. I love soccer, I love baseball. My dad taught me the George Brett stance, so I was really good at baseball. I haven't played in a while though. I really sucked at basketball though, so which is unfortunate because I'm 6'4", but I think so I looked it up here because I didn't really know myself, but anyone under 18 gets to go to these places for free anyway, so I think that's pretty good. Adult monthly, I think 12. My first impression is a little high. I think it should be like 10. Just, and household monthly seems about right. And then I saw that you get sponsorships for low-income based. So basically, for people under 18 that really want to use all these rec places, they already have everything for free. So yeah, I don't think we need to have a totally free building. Because these things cost the city money, and it might actually help pump some more juice into starting to fund parks again. Because we have a real bad problem with parks, and that's associated with Parks and Rec. We just don't take care of our parks here. The only park we really take care of is South Park. Why? It's already good. Take care of Naismith Park. That's a big one. Take care of Naismith Park. It won't cost that much. Just hire like part-time laborers like me. I'd love to apply for the position. I think that's all I wanted to say. Oh, the seniors, I think you should lower, no, the seniors is pretty good. It's only $8. But yeah, I think you guys are pretty close to solving it. But don't make any one building completely free. I don't think that's smart. So 18 under is already free, so thanks.
Christina McKenna, 66046. When our city implemented membership fees for the recreation facilities, the promise was additional revenue. But we're seeing that the vast majority of the income arrived in January, with monthly revenue declining from an average of $24,800 in the first 4 months to just $18,100 in recent months. The data was shown in charts that Holly shared through emails, including sharing the Excel document so that we can continue to collect data in this manner. To meet the budget target of $450,000 annually, we need to collect over $26,000 monthly for the remainder of the year, which is a trajectory not supported by the current trends. As far as the numbers of people, what's concerning is that there were 13,000 unique visits last year, and we anticipated a 75% reduction in users just for implementing fees. That's thousands of community members who are priced out or offended into making other choices. About 4,000 residents explicitly asked the city to maintain free access, and they weren't casual requests. These are people who were using the facilities regularly. I recognize that we have budget challenges, but we need to understand the need for the revenue and what purpose it is serving to have fees on facilities that were improving the health of our community members. I propose a return to the free access model and that we choose a different option of increasing our funding, since this is not meeting the goals that we were needing to meet. And when we do wind up at the end of the year without meeting our goals, then we are even further behind. It's a good time to implement something else, even in addition to fees right now. The data shows the current system isn't financially sustainable. As Commissioner Sellers was saying, people are making hard financial choices right now. The community spoke about their priorities, and we need to align our budget decisions with our values. Otherwise, we'll see the fees rise and revenues will drop. Then where are we? I think we need to look forward and listen to the voices of the community members who've already spoken, especially since over the long term, what we're going to do is they're going to build habits of not using the facilities so that when they are opened back up to them, they're still going to be in a deficit of having the people utilize them to rebuild what has been taken from the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Patrick Ross, 66049. So I got my pass in May, and what I noticed was there was considerably less people there. And I mostly went to play basketball. There weren't really any basketball games being played anymore. So yeah, to Randy's point, love to be able to go and play basketball for free places here in town, but I get all the budgetary stuff. I also know that I think we're making pretty decent money from the spectator fees, that I wonder if there's a happy medium we could strike of continuing the spectator fees, reaching a potential goal that we can live with as far as what we were targeting to raise, and then maybe turning back and looking at what the fees look like at that point. Because then we'll have reached our target goal of funding. Then we can go back on a community promise when we first created this building to keep it free. Now, maybe that promise should have never been made, but it was. So I just, at this point, want to throw out potential ideas to go back and revisit where the community was operating from before we started implementing fees, and to work out a flexible sort of payment deal where we're making some money and able to accomplish both of those goals. Or is the goal just to make as much money as we can with our Parks and Rec department to fill in or add to our general budget? So those are how I sort of break down this this particular issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more in the room. Oh, you're good.
Danielle, 66049. I have lived here my whole life, 41 years, and I'm obsessed with basketball and track and all of those things. When I did have my children, I did start a basketball team or have the Parks and Rec programs. A lot of the community is not, what I'm noticing is a lot of the community is not aware that, like, it was like a big stir up at the time that, oh, it's gonna cost and everything. Now, my issue is I was doing a nonprofit to coach and to help with our community issues that we have, so then we don't have to call in Lawrence Police Department. My goal was to help people who were in similar households that I grew up in, who couldn't afford things, whose parents wasn't going to take them to things. They, just there's a lot of issues like that here in this community that are being overlooked. So that is my goal. I'm going to continue with it. I know you guys' goals are a little bit different. This issue that she's having is something that I ran into when I was coaching as well. There wasn't time for the hours that, like with Sports Pavilion, the hours that were open, all the places that could afford to pay these fees for practices and everything were going before our programs could go. And that was during when Sports Pavilion was still allowing practices. So I don't know what they're doing at this point. But she shouldn't be coming and showing these numbers to our community. These are rec centers and community buildings and things. In other states, these are not that big a deal. This is all there is for our youth at this time. So if our crime rates are going up, and we're just throwing them in mental hospitals and the jail, or just letting them roam and get hurt or shot, or it's the youth that needs paid attention to right now. And if that's all they have to do is to play basketball, I remember growing up, that's all we did. We'd bike over to these buildings and get basketball going. Still to this day, I'll go to the park at Deerfield and pick up game with the kids, even though I don't have my children. So it is very important for us to be able to work out a plan where this shouldn't even be we should be ashamed that something like this is getting brought to even a city commission meeting. There is, like the little boy mentioned last week, there is nothing for them to do. That is all there is for them to do.
Time.
Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. You guys have done a good job in using that word free. There's nothing free about these parks. They're already paid for. You're adding on extra fees. It's not free, so please quit using that word. They're already paid for. You know, Parks and Recreation is a critical aspect of a civilized community, and you know, I once thought Lawrence was civilized and progressive, but I don't know about that anymore. But here's an idea. It's a critical crime prevention program, and moving money from sending police into the schools. Now, I know they're already on the chopping block, sort of, a little bit. I'm talking about doing away with police in the schools and porting that money over to Parks and Recreation to do crime prevention, which is exactly what is going on when you occupy the youth in the community with some constructive stuff. It's just an idea. And all to pay for it. You know, Parks and Recreation spent $41,000 last year on clothing for all of its staff. Hey, I understand giving clothing to people that need it outside to do their work, but to have it to look pretty and to look like, oh, I represent the City of Lawrence, while you're in a City of Lawrence office sitting down answering City of Lawrence telephones, you need $400 million polo shirts or whatever it is. It's $41,000. And then we got the $17,000 that was spent last year for coffee for all of the staff. There's money wherever it wanted. There's money wherever you want it to be. It's just a matter of moving it around. I don't understand it. If I can find that $17,000 in coffee, where else is there money being spent? Call it de minimis. It's not when you know, I'm a fan of Richard Pryor in the Superman movies, where he went around and collected all the half cents in the world. Woo, he got rich doing it too. So it's not de minimis when we look to how to use these monies. You want to deny old people the ability to use 1 or 2 hours a week in a heated swimming pool? What kind of crap is that? That's the advertising that you do. Look, we're so progressive, we have free swimming for the older people that need to use it. Yada, yada, yada. That's the public relations. The idea of having sponsors, bullshit. No good. Let's tear down the bandstand in South Park and put up a octagon cage match, and we can put advertising on it, you know, from, maybe the Williams Fund could give some money, or maybe, how about the University of Kansas, our good neighbor, giving all the money to student athletes, and there's no there's no money to give to the town for Parks and Recreation? Come on. Thank you.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I just had a question as to whether we're still planning on putting the farmers market next to that rec center. And if so, I had an idea of offering that space in the off hours, like maybe make it available to some kind of youth activities, whether it's entrepreneurial ones or recreational. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to us. Any further comments?
I mean, if we're going down the list, I mean, I'm obviously down for 39 for this year, 69 next year. It might take a little bit longer, but I do see, I mean, to the point that was said earlier, when I go to SPL, it echoes.
You what?
It echoes. There's just not a lot of people there. And I get the idea that, we need to look at the numbers, see what that looks like over time. But if they're not being used and we're not really losing that much revenue from it, that's kind of where I've been coming from this idea of let's make these, at least 1 or 2 of these more free to just see what happens, to see if we can actually get people who are sitting on the sidelines or can't afford it, where affordability is a thing, to be able to use these resources that are in our community that are just going to sit there unused. They're just going to sit there unused. So, but anyways, so I'm down for the community building this year, next year, and then, just slowly but surely. But actually, Lindsay, here's a question. So I know the 18-year-olds for, the availability at the community building. Is there any chance we could, do you guys have the ability to see how many 18 versus 19-year-olds sign up? one of the questions I had was, are people who are 18 at LHS not able to do that or have to pay, where if they were 19, they would have to pay, but the 18-year-olds who are in the high school, could they get that for free? Do we have the ability and the data to tell, like?
We do. We ran those numbers early on. I think after the first 3 months, it was in the range of like 40 to 50 youth that would have hit that range. And so, yes, it would be, I think, a minimal impact. It would have a little bit of a fluctuation on our, our true revenue if we took their membership away and allowed them to be free. So I think it'd be equivalent of, maybe $500 or something.
Could we have that number in next month's membership thing, just so everybody's on the same page? Sure. Okay. I mean, because I'd be open to that too as a way to get, not only make it easier for kids to access, but not make high school kids have to pay for this.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Dev, anything left to say?
Well, you'll need to make a decision on whether you're going to keep it open.
Oh, I thought we provided that direction. Sorry.
So a majority,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I think a motion would be good, and how you're going to pay for it.
You didn't put an action item on there, so I thought you were just providing direction, so I thought we had provided that. But if you'd like a motion, we can do a motion.
Yeah, Mayor, that's what I was going to ask about.
Okay.
What are we doing here? Are we going to decide to extend the free access? And if so, we should vote on it. So that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Well, I look for a motion on that then.
A motion to keep the community building open for the remainder of 2026.
And use fund balance?
And used fund balance of up to $39,000 to pay for it.
So a second.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor say aye.
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 Devlin?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, passes 3-1. Okay.
Then how about direction for 27?
Well, I don't want to vote on that yet because I want that as part of the overall budget. I mean, I want to piecemeal the budget that way. My direction is to keep it the same, but I think we need to see the whole budget before we can, I don't want to piecemeal a vote on that.
Okay. When you say keep it the same as what we just decided, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you want,
But, that's out, but.
so include the $69,000 in the 27 budget to maintain.
Correct.
The community building being free for the next year.
And that's also coming from fund balance? That's what I'm trying to get direction on.
You don't have it in your.
We don't have, so currently, our budget proposal for 27 does not include funding for the community buildings. So that's what would be submitted on July 7th with the city manager's proposed budget. So if we can.
It would either be fund balance or a mill increase.
Or a reduction somewhere else.
I guess that's what I'm saying is I haven't seen the rest of the budget, so I can't say where else it might come from. I mean, there might be a recommendation to do something for $69,000 that I say, well, let's do that instead of fund balance. I mean, to me, I need to see the whole budget before I make a decision on that. I think if we were going to direct you, not to do that, but I think we want to see it all together. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Your department budget right now, you don't have any wiggle room within your budget, so it would have to come from.
Correct.
Okay.
And if it, again.
I echo your sentiments. For me, I stand on what I say because there's a lot of externalities that we're not looking at, and I get it, but again, there's correlation and causation, and I don't see the correlation and causation quite yet because we don't have the data to prove it. And I think to the point of several conferees where I think we're saying the same thing, we can't make another move, we can't make another shock until we see how things are going. Your whole year hasn't even played out.
Right.
So I don't want to make a change now that could potentially impact yours, because there's nothing that says that us doing differently is going to change that. I mean, we could come back and have a year's worth of data that says, you know what, we overperformed on spectator fees, and we underperformed in this area, or we overperformed in seniors and something else. So, I mean, we don't have a full picture in front of us. So, yes, I do believe if we're going, if it's good that it's been working for us to keep it open for the rest of the year, and we're going to use fund balance for that for this year, I'm fine with that. I'm not necessarily sure I'm comfortable using fund balance for this something else, because we have a lot of competing values right now that we need to look at and take into account. And so I don't feel comfortable telling you or telling staff, then let's couch it under fund balance, or we're going to take it out of this. Because again, I don't have the recommended budget in front of me.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, we started this whole year with the complete change in the input and in the structure of what we presumed when we started this budget. So to be fair, when we opted to change the format for the community building, that changed multiple inputs into the model, which if you analyze things, understand that's going to have tremendous changes to things. And I don't think it's really impacted the uses as much as I think it's shifted it, but I think it's completely changed the model. And we got to change, we have to stop changing the inputs to the model. That's what I'm concerned about.
I think we have what we.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. That brings us to commission items. Any commissioners have any commission items?
Not this week.
Yeah, I got one question. It has to do with the tornado that hit North Lawrence. I heard from a couple people who said that they tried reaching out to forestry over the last couple days, and they just haven't heard a thing back. So they were just curious, especially around Locust Street, is there going to be like a truck that can be parked there where they can, throw in, like the refuse and stuff that fell in their backyards?
I see Lindsay's on her way out of the building, but if she was here, she would say, I know there's been conversations being had about that right now between Parks and Rec and MSO, and they're working on getting a plan together that they're going to communicate with the people who are impacted.
Okay. All right. I'll follow up with an email tomorrow, too, just to get that over to them. That's all I had.
Okay. Future agenda items or calendar? Anything on those? Okay.
Do you want that? I mean, I remember you were saying that you and your family were leaving on August 4th. Do you want that item on August 4th to be moved down?
Oh, no, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I will be gone that day, but I think that's an okay one to have while I'm gone.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Dovey, you have nothing? We'll go to